We're not selling compost junk, are we?
No, we give that one away.
Yeah, I guess you could put it out here on the table. Oh, there you are. Hi, Eugene. Good to see you. Oh, no. Max? So anyway, you two. They're having coffee set up. Where did Vlad go? No, just relax and get ready. I think I'll go ahead and moderate the panel. I'll introduce the ambassador. The way I figured it would be 10 minutes of questions and answers. Questions. So I'll wait until like that. James here. Yeah, I know. I heard. Okay, so your friend's coming. That one?
Yeah, I called him, he said he's coming, and we'll come here.
Okay. So, where did you go with see other things there? Yeah,
Test.
I don't know.
2, 3.
Some groups are planning for returns.
They're using the rhetoric. Maybe we have to set it to be.
Next semester. No, next semester. Seriously, next semester.
I don't
They were my friend. So shocked that they realized she loves it. I told her this time they had very cool. I'd love to see that.
That will be so helpful.
No, that's not your job.
Yes, I know.
No, it's actually a common name, but you might have started her because she has a dissertation on gender. And this is, yeah, she's in the DC area. I ran into her at the and she started telling me, reminding me that we met and telling me about her work, and I went, and it is casual. And she got all this stuff that she was actually considering really interesting programs and conferences so we can pick up in the office and ask them to write articles. Yeah, I mean, I'm recruiting. I do this sometimes, very special. Sometimes I have time where I can get heard traveling. I've published have to publish. He's done he is well. He's it. I mean, it's like, I could remind me, I'll send you the action. Get you to send me your the more the better. Right.
I'll be sure to
Alright, yeah, test it in here. Yeah, there's another one over here too. Make sure.
Did you load up your slides?
Loading. Yeah, 1 minute now.
Here on the front row, and then I'll introduce you. And you We're going to get started now. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to today's event, Ukraine's Crisis, Russia's Policy, and Western Responses. My name is Glenn Howard. I'm president of the Jamestown Foundation. For those of you that are watching today on the internet, we thank you for joining in. This event is being live web streamed, so we thank you for coming and watching. By Twitter, for you that are watching us, please bear in mind that our hashtag is number JTF Ukraine. So hashtag again is number JTF Ukraine. So it's our great pleasure to start this event today by having the Ambassador of Ukraine to the United States, Ambassador Motsuk, is here, and it's a great honor to have him. Has a very long, distinguished career. He's been ambassador to the Ukraine. He's a diplomat with over 30 years' experience in the field of diplomatic relations. He's served in the United States as ambassador to Ukraine, but he's also served in Turkey and Poland, which one might say now is emerging as two of Ukraine's very important allies in the post-Crimean crisis world. And he's also had a very extensive career and experience in international law in his capacity as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he's also led numerous Ukrainian delegations and negotiations with the Russian Federation, everything ranging from delimitation of the state border and the maritime delimitation of the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, and the Kerch Strait, as well as in negotiations with Romania on the legal status of the state border and the establishment of the agreement on delimitation of the continental shelf. He's a graduate of Taras Shevchenko Kiev State University School of International Law, International Relations, and Department of International Law. I graduated there in 1981. So it's a great honor today to have him here. He's going to take a few questions and answers after he gives his speech. And so it's in this moment of crisis with relations between Russia and Ukraine and involvement of the United States and NATO and the great powers, it's a very pivotal time for him to be here. So please give him a round of applause and welcoming.
Thank you, Glenn. First of all, I would like to thank the Jamestown Foundation and Carnegie Endowment for organizing today's event, and appreciate the interest of the colleagues from the diplomatic corps, the experts and policymakers in the topic of our discussion. Current crisis in Ukraine has been created by Kremlin. Now nobody doubts about that, because practically the only reason of crisis is Russia's aggression against my country. I will say a few words, with your permission, about the present situation in Crimea, in the eastern part of Ukraine, the implications of Russia's actions, and what, in my view, a response from the West should be. What is happening now in and around Ukraine affects everyone. What has happened already, how the events will unfold, and how this crisis will be resolved will have a profound impact on the system of international law and global security. So this is not only a Ukrainian issue, this is a European issue, this is a global issue. Despite all international efforts to find a way out of the situation and force the aggressor to withdraw, the situation in Ukraine remains very dangerous. The current status quo has not changed. Crimea, an integral part of Ukraine, or of Ukraine's territory, has been occupied by the Russian troops and illegally annexed by Russia, a country which purported to be a guarantee of Ukraine's territorial integrity. All Ukrainian citizens in Crimea, of whatever ethnic background they may be, Ukrainian, Russian, Crimean Tatar, and many others, are now forced to renounce their Ukrainian citizenship and become Russian subjects, or face consequences if they refuse to do so, such as limitations of civil rights and loss of ways to sustain their livelihood. The so-called referendum that the Kremlin used in an attempt to legalize the annexation of Crimea was completely boycotted by Crimean Tatars, the indigenous people, as well as by 2/3 of the entire population of the peninsula, as only 32.4% took part in this farce. This means that the overwhelming majority refused to take part in this referendum and rejected secession of Crimea and its annexation to Russia. The self-proclaimed Prime Minister of Crimea, and former criminal at the beginning of the 90s, Aksyonov, also known in the criminal world as Goblin, recently stated that the Majlis of Crimean Tatars may be classified as an extremist organization for the position of Crimean Tatars who refuse to recognize Russian annexation of their land. May 18 of this year will mark the 70th anniversary of the deportation of Crimean Tatars from Crimea by Joseph Stalin in 1944. Now, Crimean Tatars fear that Russia may do the same. In his television interview last week, Vladimir Putin confirmed that he had been forcefully denied before that Russian military and special forces stood behind the separatists in Crimea. The so-called green men in uniforms without insignia, with the latest Russian weapons, equipment, and special tactics, were behind the armed takeover of government institutions in Crimea, directing separatists to instigate provocations and trying to present all this as people's movement to protect their rights to speak Russian. However, as the OSCE High Commissioner for National Minority Astrid Thors clearly reported after her trip to Crimea, there had been no violations that the Russian side had alleged as a pretext for its military invasion to protect its so-called compatriots. Now the situation continues to escalate. Russia is using the same tactics in the eastern Ukraine as in Crimea, covertly sending to Ukraine special operatives to foment provocations, as well as the same green men armed with the latest Russian weapons. Putin's press secretary Dmitry Peskov confirmed on Saturday that the Russian troops that accumulated near the Ukrainian border had recently been reinforced. The threat is looming now over mainland Ukraine, and this threat is very serious. It is important to know that all those provocations are instigated from the outside, from Russia. Recent polls show that the overwhelming majority of people all over Ukraine, including about 80% in the east and south, are strongly against separatism and in favor of a unified Ukraine. These polls also show that people's rights to speak whatever language they choose are not in any way constrained. A telling example of such outside interference took place in Kharkiv, where a group of so-called local protesters seeking to take over a building of the local government instead mistakenly took over the building of an opera theater. Under the guise of protecting its compatriots, Russia is trying to impose its rules, including specific demands such as federalization of Ukraine and changing its constitution, things that are no one's business except for citizens of Ukraine. Otherwise, Russia is threatening to replicate the Crimea scenario, and Russian Duma's parliament's authorization for the use of Russian troops in Ukraine is still in effect. As we all know, Russia's actions, threats, and use of force, military aggression, annexation of a part of Ukraine's territory, and interference in Ukraine's affairs were strongly condemned by the international community. There is a number of resolutions by the United Nations General Assembly, UNESCO, Council of Europe, European Union, NATO, and many other international bodies, as well as many strong words and actions undertaken by a great number of countries, including, first of all, by the United States. The situation is clear. The situation is clearly black and white, and it is clear who found itself on the wrong side of history. This has happened before. We all remember Russia's involvement in Transnistria, Nagorno-Karabakh, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia. Piece by piece, through instigation, interference, use of troops, and outright aggression, Russia chopped off parts of sovereign countries. Now it is trying to do the same in Ukraine. At the same time, when indigenous people of the North Caucasus who were conquered by Russia in the past sought freedom, Russia's rhetoric and response was quite different. We clearly saw it in Chechnya. The politics of aggression and interference must have no place in the 21st century, and Ukraine, together with the major world powers, the United States and the European Union, sat down at the negotiation table with Russia last week in Geneva. We sincerely hope that these negotiations would enable to start the process of de-escalation of the situation. We sincerely hope that the first step was made to force the Russian side to return to the channel of civilized international relations and international law. All sides, including the Russian Federation, obliged to refrain from any violence, intimidation, or provocative actions. We expect that the Russian side will adhere to the obligations it undertook and hold the activities of sabotage and reconnaissance groups in our country and withdraw them immediately from the territory of Ukraine, as well as stop supporting separatist groups in the south and east of Ukraine. It is agreed to disarm illegal armed groups, in Geneva communique, and vacant administrative buildings seized by them. This step will permit reining in militant separatism and protection of security of Ukrainian citizens. The Geneva communique clearly indicates the inadmissibility of extremism and intolerance, including anti-Semitism, that characterizes separatist actions in the east and south of Ukraine. The OSCE monitoring mission will play a crucial role in the settlement of the situation. We expect that the Russian side will cease putting obstacles in the way of access of the mission to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea as one of Ukraine's regions. Upon its own initiative, the Ukrainian side informed the participants of the Geneva talks about the steps being taken by the Ukrainian government to stabilize the situation. All sides have recognized that the implementation of political and economic reforms is Ukraine's own business. It was stated that the national dialogue will outreach to all of Ukraine's regions, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, which is an inalienable part of Ukraine. On the eve of Easter, the acting president and head of Ukrainian Parliament, Oleksandr Turchynov, and Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk jointly declared that the government is initiating constitutional amendments to reform the system of local governance that would include decentralization and more power to the regions and local communities. It is important that the participants of the negotiations reaffirm their readiness to support the steps of the government of Ukraine to achieve economic stabilization. The government of Ukraine is set to look for peaceful ways of de-escalation of tensions in eastern and southeastern regions of our state, restoration of law and order, and return of life to legitimate channels. In order to fulfill the Geneva agreements, the government has already drafted a law on amnesty of participants of mass riots in the east of Ukraine that will apply to those protesters who surrendered their weapons and vacant seized buildings, with the exception of those suspected of capital crimes. Now the most important part is the implementation of these agreements. Ukraine is doing its part. It is up to Russia to do its part. First of all, order its puppets and special operatives in Ukraine to disarm and to withdraw. Right now, we don't see that Russia is fulfilling its part of the Geneva Agreement. To the contrary, the recent comments of Russian officials cause serious concerns. Seeing that it has no support among the ethnic Russians and the Russian-speaking population in the east of Ukraine, where, as I mentioned, 80% of people are for a unified Ukraine, Russia is now changing its tactics. Russian Foreign Minister stated today that the actions of extremists in the east of Ukraine aim at provoking a civil war, and Russia will not allow it to happen, noting that there are calls upon Russia to come to help. It is needless to remind anyone that these extremists are in fact Russian special forces operatives. The Geneva Agreements are very important and must be fulfilled. However, the West should continue to be vigilant and should not be complacent about this first step. We must not forget that the international law and order have been violated. We must not rest until justice and peace are restored. Russian troops are withdrawn from Ukraine, Crimean occupation ends, and Crimea is returned under Ukraine's full control. Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine's territory. It is not a price for taming Russia and preventing its aggression to Ukraine, and possibly further into Europe. Russia is a member of the UN Security Council, and the cornerstone principle enshrined in the UN Charter is the prohibition of use or threat of use of force. Russia is also a member of the OSCE, and a key aspect of the Helsinki Final Act is the inviolability of borders in Europe. Moreover, Russia is a country that guaranteed Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum that was signed in 1994, when Ukraine voluntarily gave up the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. All these principles and guarantees have been grossly violated, and the impact of it on the global security architecture, including the international proliferation regime, is tremendous. We appreciate the strong position of the international community, first of all of the United States, as well as the specific steps such as economic sanctions that have been implemented and further envisaged by the US and the European Union. Such sanctions should force Russia to do what it must. They should be such that no one would have an impression that the United States and the European Union could swallow another Russian aggression and land grab. As many experts and statesmen suggested, they should target Russia's banking and energy sector, including such state company as Gazprom. We ask the West to do everything possible to make sure that the key principles of international law are fully upheld. Violations of international law must be restored, and the violator must pay its price. We ask the parties of the Budapest Memorandum to not rest until their guarantees that they gave to Ukraine are fully upheld and the territorial integrity of Ukraine is restored. The cost that such actions demand may be high, but costs of not taking these actions will be much higher. Russian aggression against Ukraine is a challenge to Europe and to the whole world. The response to this aggression should be global. I would like to end by saying that Ukraine is preparing for presidential elections that will take place on May 25. Moscow is using all means to derail them. We need strong international support, and we welcome international observers from all countries to ensure that these elections are held in accordance with the highest standards in a free, fair, and democratic way. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very useful discussion. Thank you.
The ambassador has agreed to take a few questions and answers before we start the first panel. So we have a microphone in the room, so if you just want to raise your hand, identify yourself, you'll be free to try to answer a few questions. So, anyone have any questions?
No questions.
Here we go, right here on this side, and then back over here to Keith Bush.
Ambassador, thank you for joining us today, and Slava Ukraini. Mr. Ambassador, you and your colleagues have referred to the Budapest Memorandum, and for those who have been following Ukraine's progress since 1991. It was a seminal event, but there seems still to be much misunderstanding on the ground in Ukraine about that document, and the word guarantee has come up quite a bit in terms of the obligations of the countries who signed the document. Could you share with us your understanding of what the Budapest document means to you, and by extension, your understanding with Ukrainian people, guarantee versus assurance? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting question. Budapest Memorandum, which was signed in 1994 by Ukraine, United States, Great Britain, and Russia, clearly sets out the obligation of countries that signed that memorandum to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And in particular, and in this case, we have clear violation of this memorandum. The sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia occupied and annexed Crimea and did it in illegitimate and in illegal way, and for the time being United States and European Union and majority of other countries expressed their attitude to this annexation as illegal and illegitimate. That's why almost the whole world confirmed the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Well, yes, we hoped for guarantees when signing the 1994 memorandum. We hoped for that very much, and Ambassador Miller, who at that time served as ambassador of Ukraine to of United States to Ukraine, can confirm that. And well, and we now hope that the states which signed the Budapest Memorandum will do their best in order to stop Russian aggression, in order to restore territorial integrity of Ukraine. Thank you.
Next question is here from Keith. Keith? Yeah.
Keith Smith. My question, Mr. Ambassador, or it's a comment and question, has to do with the acceptance by the United States and Western Europe of the Russian possession of Crimea and the non-recognition. The question of, during the Cold War, some countries recognized the Russian control of the Baltic states, the 3 Baltic states. The United States did not. I think that was in our favor, that we didn't recognize that the Baltic states were really part of the Soviet Union. Now the question is, I was thinking last week when Secretary Kerry gave his summary of the discussions in Geneva, and he talked about Crimea and then he talked about Ukraine, which gave me the impression that they were 2 different things, and the United States had accepted that in fact Crimea was now part of Russia. And maybe he didn't mean it that way, but that's the way it came across a little bit. And my question is, how vigorously is the government of Ukraine making the case to its friends and allies that in fact they should not recognize Crimea as part of Russia, that it's part of Ukraine? And this has something that has to be continued and pushed very hard. And my question is the government of Ukraine making this an issue with its friends and allies? Thank you.
Yes, we do. The government of Ukraine does it, and it's maybe the most important accent which we make, or the most important thing which we point out, that the Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine. As I mentioned earlier, we will never recognize the annexation of Crimea by Russia. And for the time being, we have quite strong support by United States and by European Union that the Crimea is a part of Ukrainian territory. And yes, we We'll continue to do our best in order to talk to our friends, to our partners, asking them, requesting them not to recognize the Russian annexation and not to recognize any other status of Crimea as an integral part of a Ukrainian state. Thank you.
Our next question was followed here by Winston Packer. Here, yes. And then next after that, we'll have Matt Bryson and Ambassador Miller.
Thank you. Ambassador, do you believe that American policymakers fully grasp the complexity of the situation on the ground? And are you disappointed in the basically negligible level of aid that the U.S. is providing to Ukraine?
Well, thank you for this very important question. First of all, the situation in the eastern Ukraine is quite tough, quite difficult, and we see no progress after Geneva agreements. On the contrary, the separatists, which takes their instruction from Moscow, they continue to seize governmental buildings. Today they seized police headquarters in Kramatorsk, for example. And yes, we are very worried, very concerned. That's why we ask international community, first of all, the United States and European Union, to do their best in order to stop Russian aggression. And the second part of your question, the aid, yes. And we highly appreciate the aid provided by the United States and by the European Union. First of all, economic aid. You might know that European Union pledged $13 billion as a package of assistance to Ukraine. Ukraine has been negotiating with the International Monetary Fund with the strong support of the United States in particular, and we are very close to sign standby agreement, something like $18 billion US. And a week ago, Ukraine signed a loan guarantee with the United States, which is very good signal for world creditors. We also need other assistance in other areas. You might know that some time ago, United States announced that they will provide some non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. And if you ask me whether we need some more aids, yes, we need. Thank you very much.
Next question, here with Matt.
Thanks, Glenn. Matt Bryza, I'm on the Jamestown board. I run a think tank in Estonia and a former U.S. Foreign Service officer. Probably everybody in the room, or the vast majority of people, will completely agree with your formulation that what's happening now is that as Russia warns of civil war in eastern Ukraine, it's fomenting it. And you talked about how it's clear that the Russian operatives are making this happen. Yet, when we watch international news broadcasts, especially Western ones, we often see an attempt to somehow be neutral and to call for mediation as if the Ukrainian side is escalating when clearly, as you described, it's not. But there's a reluctance to recognize this fact of the stirring of the pot by the Russian intelligence forces. I know you can't talk about sources and methods of intelligence, but what more can you tell us, especially for anybody who's watching from the media, what more can you tell us about your confidence that is exactly what's happening, that these are GRU operatives, they're intelligence operatives that are creating the unrest and generating the conditions for civil war? We all assume that's true. What more could you say about that?
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be very, very brief answering this question. It is absolutely clear that without instructions from Ukraine, without instructions from Moscow, without direct participation of Russia in destabilizing situation in Ukraine, we would witness no destabilization, and we would have no problem, including even in Crimea. It's quite clear that it is Moscow which stands behind all these troubles and a crisis in general in Ukraine. Thank you.
In the back, we had a question. Then we'll follow with this other person. Okay.
Thank you, Margarita Sanova, the Jamestown Foundation. A question about how Ukraine is dealing with the ongoing insurgency. These incursions are apparently using insurgency methods in eastern Ukraine. For now, the Ukraine is sending the military. Military is not capable to operate in such an environment because the civilians are serving as human shield. Is Ukraine ready to send special forces to implement counterinsurgency methods to deal with all these taken buildings and the unrest that's going on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will defend our country, but for the time being, after the signing of Geneva Agreement, our purpose is to canalize all the situation at the table of negotiations and to try to solve the issue by diplomatic means. And we are quite sincere in our intentions, and we do our part of the job, but unfortunately Russia does not do its part of the job, and the latest developments, the latest 2 days, clearly demonstrate that Russia continues to escalate the situation, and its intention is to use the situation in order to dictate to Ukraine the issues which are of internal nature of my country. Thank you.
Any question over here? This gentleman right here in the back.
Thank you for your time, Ambassador. My name is Colbert Prosper, and I'm a professor at UDC. And so my question is, in the next coming months, what do you think about, and your thoughts about how the people in Ukraine will mobilize against this situation, and what can average citizens in the United States do to help out in this situation?
Thank you very much for your very interesting question. Well, it's quite clear that if left alone, Ukraine will face very difficult times. That's why we need very strong support of United States, first of all, of European Union, and of the whole international community. You might remember that United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution on territorial integrity of Ukraine, in which it clearly stated about aggression, about Russian aggression, and about the need to preserve territorial integrity, to restore territorial integrity of Ukraine. And 100 states of the world voted in favor of this resolution. So we have quite strong support, but we need even stronger support, and the world's action, the actions of United States and European Union should be very clear in order and very strong in order to stop further escalation and further aggression of Russia, and they should help to restore once more territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Okay. Last question here, Timuri, and then we're going to move to the next panel. So, I'm sorry, Ambassador Miller. Timuri, I forgot Ambassador Miller. He was waiting. We'll go back to you after Ambassador Miller. So, sorry. Thank you for the reminder.
Ambassador Motzik referred to the 94 agreements. The process of coming to an understanding between Ukraine, the United States, and Russia
was a process that took several years, in fact. In 1993, the question of the right of succession was very much in the forefront. The actual status of the nuclear missile force, whether it was under Russian control or, as Ukraine asserted, that it was the property of Ukraine under the right of succession. When I first came to Ukraine in 1993, I was briefed here in Washington that, in fact, the missile force was under Russian control. When I went to Ukraine, I found that that was not the case. The missile force of the 43rd Rocket Army had become Ukrainian, and in fact, the missiles themselves were built in Ukraine. The silos, of course, were a result of the work of Ukrainian workmen, and the 43rd Rocket Army had pledged allegiance to the new Ukraine. So the issue of who owned the nuclear weapons was decided in 1993. There were discussions between President Clinton and President Kravchuk at the time, which included discussions with President Yeltsin of Russia in the very complicated shuttle diplomacy that President Clinton engaged in at the time, which was whenever he went to Moscow, he went also to Kyiv. And a thorough airing of the issue was made at in those visits, whereby Ukraine made it very clear that it only viewed the possible retention of nuclear missiles as a deterrent against Russia. The only potential enemy that Ukraine saw in the future was from Russia. And the discussions were in that context. In November of 1993, President Clinton stopped in Kyiv on the way to Moscow, and there were extensive talks following the Rada debates on the provisions that would be required if nuclear weapons were given up by Ukraine. And the conditionalities were economic assistance, military and political support. These items were the main questions that were before the presidents. In January of 1994, President Clinton stopped in Kyiv before going on to Moscow. And in Moscow on January 14th, after extensive discussions on all of these related issues, Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in return for the protection of Ukraine from any military, political, or economic pressures, and a protection from any source that threatened its territorial integrity, sovereignty, or the economic well-being of its people. This was clearly understood. The equivocations that are made by some that this was not a guarantee It was a solemn pledge that was honored soon thereafter. You may recall that a puppet regime was established in Crimea. It was called the Independent Republic of Crimea. It was led by two Russians, Yuri Meshkov, and the prime minister was Saborov, a very distinguished Moscow economist. So the playbook began as early as the months following the agreements in Moscow and later in Budapest. I was sent down by President Clinton under instructions to meet with Yuri Meshkov in Crimea. And the questions that were discussed at that time were the recognition of the independent Republic of Crimea, possible representation in Washington, and economic assistance. And I was instructed to say that Crimea was seen by the United States as an integral part of Ukraine, and that any assistance to Crimea would be given through Kyiv. After discussions between President Yeltsin and President Clinton, and of course, Ukrainian authorities, the independent Republic of Crimea, the puppet regime, collapsed. It was at this time that the Black Sea Fleet was divided, and there the United States played a important moderating role. So in my mind, as a witness to the signatures and as a participant in the discussions, I don't think there's any question that the commitment of the United States was to defend Ukraine in the event of any violation of its sovereignty or territorial integrity, and that our obligation is to assist Ukraine in every possible way.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Did you want to respond? Or?
Well, I just want to thank Ambassador Miller for his clarification, very important clarification, which says that yes, there was commitment at the time of signing of the Budapest Memorandum, commitment of all signatories to defend Ukraine in case, like now we witness, in case of aggression against Ukraine, against territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And nobody at that time had some other interpretation of what had happened. I mean, the signing of Budapest Memorandum and giving up by Ukraine 2,500 tactical nuclear weapons and more than 1,000 strategic nuclear weapons, including destroyment of 176 silos in Ukraine. That was huge Ukrainian contribution to the world security, and the world now has to help Ukraine, has to pay its price in order to stop aggression and in order to restore Ukrainian territorial integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question here we're going to have from Timuri.
Thank you, Ambassador Mocek, for a very comprehensive presentation and interesting Q&A. My question is to you, not to as an ambassador, but more as a specialist of international law. We see that international law is in a serious crisis, and in your non-ambassadorial opinion, what or which international or regional organizations are more relevant now to Ukrainian case, and which of them are really functional and delivering, and which are not really? So,
well, thank you. I thank you, my dear friend, Ambassador Kubashvili. Timuri, thank you very much for this question. I maybe will be very brief. We have been working on that issue, and there are quite a number of international court structures which could be involved in helping Ukraine to solve the issue from the legal point of view, because the whole world witnesses the gross violation of international law in Europe in the 21st century. And it's simply inadmissible, and the aggressor must be punished, and the means must be found. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We very much appreciate your comments today, and let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his comments. We're going to have briefly, I'm going to ask Matt to come up, and then we'll move right into the second panel. So. First of all, I'd like to thank all the people that are here today. Leading off this panel will be Matthew Rozhansky. Matthew's well known within this building, but he has a new place of employment, and he's now director of the Kennan Institute at the Woodrow Wilson Center. We very much appreciate his willingness to come today and talk about the political forces, goals, and outcomes of the Maidan movement. Following his presentation, we'll have Jamestown Ukraine analyst Maxime Bougry, who came here as a fellow, visiting Jamestown for the past 30 days until the end of the month. His discussion will be the players in Eastern Ukraine, oligarchs, the government, and the Ukrainian military. Last but not least, he will be followed by Jamestown Senior Fellow Vladimir Sokor, who many of you read his writings, probably one of the most prolific analysts among the team of experts who write for Jamestown. Vlad has been writing and was actually the founder and creator of the Eurasia Daily Monitor publication for which he writes. Vlad's discussion or title of his presentation today will be Russia's Project to Federalize Ukraine. So on that note, I will turn the floor over to Matt, who won't be able to stay. We hope we can convince him to stay for question and answers, but depending on how the time goes. So Matt, you want to
Okay, thanks very much, Glenn. Thank you, Jamestown, Ambassador Motzik. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. It's great to be on a panel with Maxime, and did I hear you slip, Glenn, and refer to him as Volodymyr in honor of this panel? My mistake, maybe. So I have the privilege of speaking here about, I think, in some ways, the easiest subject, and that is just facts. I want to try to convey what I understand based on my research, based on the Ukrainians, particularly a lot of young Ukrainians who are my friends that I interact with. Relationships that date back many years, but in particular to last spring and summer when my family and I lived in Kiev, and we made a great many relationships with people, some of whom were on the Maidan, some of whom were not, some of whom continued in their jobs, even in the Cabinet of Ministers building. Quite fascinating to have seen a perspective on the events that took place from November through February through both of those lenses. So in that spirit, I will omit my usual slide presentation. Those of you who have seen the way I do this find I don't put a lot of words on the slides, just fun and funny pictures. I won't do that this time. It's a very serious subject. Let me speak first about the motivation for the Maidan, and note that I think it's actually a really missed opportunity that the discourse about what's going on in Ukraine over the last 2 months has almost completely omitted what happened in the 3 months preceding that. It has almost become a completely different conversation, as if somehow, magically, we were transported, whether you call it 19th century or 20th century, but we were transported into some kind of Russia versus the West scenario that had no connection whatsoever to the political situation in Ukraine and Europe on the eve of the outbreak of war. And in fact, it has a tremendous amount not to do with that. So I'm appreciative for the opportunity, Glenn, to try and describe something that Jamestown, of course, covered in great detail here for this group in much less detail. So first of all, there was a readiness to protest. I spoke to a senior Ukrainian official just a couple of weeks ago who said that that readiness to protest was seen even as early as March and April of last year, when Ukrainians were so unbelievably fed up with the failure of the government just in the city of Kyiv to remove snow. Remember, they had this massive snowfall, and I was receiving instant message photos from all of my friends, and the fact was that the government, thanks to corruption, absenteeism, and general incompetence, simply failed to do the absolute most basic function of government, which is to keep the streets safe and clean, walkable and navigable, and you ended up with these sort of unbelievable Chinese-type traffic jams that went on for days with people abandoning their cars. But the other side of that was people self-organizing to help each other out. So people who had shovels, people who had four-wheel drives were self-organizing to help each other in that situation. And this, in a way, forecast what happened later in the fall when people both were absolutely fed up and then self-organized in response. But of course, you know, the biggest reason for protest was the high level of corruption. And this, I think, was so clearly embodied by the images that we saw of Maidan veterans traipsing through Meshiria and Pshonka's house and all of the other elite trappings of power that had been accumulated by the old regime, which were growing and growing and growing as time went on. I mean, no one imagined in early 2010 that by the end of 2013, Yanukovych would have essentially cornered the market on art, gold bullion, pretty much anything else that was desirable in Ukraine, and yet he and his henchmen had done this. If you look at the costs for hosting the 2012 Euro Soccer Championship, which I got to attend when I was in Kyiv, the cost of renovating and building new arenas in Ukraine was approximately twice as expensive as it was in Poland, which was by definition holding the exact same event up to approximately the same final standards, so and which has higher labor costs. So the logic of why it was more expensive is explained by one thing, and that's corruption. Boyko, the former energy minister, became famous for having purchased 2 oil rigs at roughly double the market price, squirreling away something like $400 million in the process. Yanukovych became well known but not terribly well appreciated for his book published by an heretofore unknown Donetsk publisher, distributed by a heretofore unknown printer in Austria, for which, by the way, this was a book about success, how to be a personal and professional success, for which he was, of course, paid a $2 million honorarium. Pointless expenses for Yanukovych's comfort. Anybody who's been in Mariinsky Park on top of the hill by the Rada in Kiev and has looked down at what has been done to the view across the river can see the utter pointlessness. I mean, one could even understand if this giant, hideous cement monstrosity with flyover bridges and things that has been built would actually be used. But the fact of the matter was, it's not even used. It was built nominally so that Yanukovych could helicopter back and forth to Meshiria and other important locations, but in point of fact, he still stops traffic by riding in a motorcade. Some people say because he's afraid to get into or he was afraid to get into a helicopter. The reform agenda in the country, as we know, was frozen. The judiciary was totally dependent on the ruling regime. Tax administrations, customs, regulators, all practiced extortion on a massive scale. The phenomenon, and this, by the way, was not unique to the Yanukovych regime, but the phenomenon of majori, children of the major politicians who could basically get away with anything they wanted, and by the way, to some extent still do, I think this is a continuing problem, was the kind of day-to-day insult that people became extremely tired of suffering. The phenomenon that people from Donetsk would suddenly appear in pretty much every capacity of some authority or ability to extract some rents, regardless of skill or past experience, many of them quite young. Of course, the manipulation of the Constitution to return to the super-presidential Constitution of 1996, and then in particular, abuses by the police. And again, I think that the culture of abuse by the police is not uniquely attributable to Yanukovych. It certainly became, it came to a point of extreme intolerability under Yanukovych that I think was best encapsulated, again, going much earlier into 2013, by the summer 2013 kidnapping in Vradivka, where police supposedly colluded with the kidnappers to abduct and rape and murder a woman, and were basically unpunished for several months until the public outcry became intolerable. Okay, so these are kind of the atmospherics on the eve of the Euromaidan protest. Why does the protest initially break out? I think we all know the answer. Yanukovych, somewhat inexplicably at the time, walks away from signing a document that would be roughly document number 10,000 that he signed and then failed to implement. So why that was such a big deal, we don't know, but he walked away from it anyway. And so people poured out to the streets on November 23rd and demanded Yanukovych sign the agreement. It was not a political protest at that time. It was fundamentally driven by frustration about his failure to fulfill his own promise on the EU association agreement. This was largely organized by students and NGO activists. It was still quite small at that point, maybe several thousand people, and they explicitly banned political parties from trying to hijack the protest movement. Anybody who's seen protests in Kiev, by the way, Kiev is no stranger to protests. They have protests roughly every month. They've had a permanent protest encampment on the north side, I think it's the north side if I'm not getting my geography wrong, of Khreshchatyk for several years, the pro-Timoshenko camp. And they were almost always just rife with fluttering political flags. It must be the best business in Ukraine, right? Printing Batkivshchina, Udar, Svoboda flags. But in this case, it really was not a political protest. And go back, look in Google Images, and you'll see that was the case. But things changed fundamentally at the end of November. From November 30th, that night, the government brutally cracked down on students who were still gathered in the center of the city. And as a result of that, this outpouring of anger and frustration on the part of a wide cross-section of Ukrainians, and I would point out here, by no means just poor and oppressed and downtrodden people. A lot of these people were successful, middle-class business people, but they were offended and insulted by the idea that their children, right, I mean, you know, student protesters, would be treated in this way. Social media played a huge role in turning people out after November 30th, and then in organizing them on down the line. And some excellent research on this has revealed a very interesting fact, which is that Facebook essentially became the internet home of the Maidan. So that was where you could go to find all manner of resources about where you could get medical care, where you could get food, transportation, internet, whatever you needed. And then Twitter became kind of the bullhorn. It was through Twitter, through chains of SMSs and so on, that people got organized and then knew immediately where to go and when to go. So this is, you know, for the first time, this is really the anatomy of a protest movement in real time on the internet is what happened. Then, of course, Yanukovych and the government basically did nothing. Right? The crowds kept getting bigger. People were angrier and angrier. They wanted justice. They wanted punishment for those responsible for the beatings. And nothing happened until the middle of January. So this is phase 3 of the protest, you could say. From January 16th, the Rada, under pressure from the government, adopts 20 new legislative acts which limit all manner of basic freedoms, everything from public assembly to where you could drive, to what you could say, to what you could do with your mobile phone. And the main demand at that point from the people transformed fundamentally. The Maidan became an anti-Yanukovych Maidan. So first, sign the EU agreement, then justice for those responsible for the abuses, and then finally, from the middle of January, Yanukovych must go. And this is the idea that he had at that point fully evolved into a dictator and needed to be removed. And this is where the Yanukovych really, the Maidan really became political. Of course, in the background was still the desire for revenge and justice for those who were continuing to beat and kill and pursue innocent people. A series of negotiations began. You guys will recall there was this abortive moment when it looked like there was a deal. And on behalf of the Maidan, query how this was organized, but somehow on behalf of the Maidan, Yatsenyuk and Klitschko were negotiating with Yanukovych, with Tyanibuk sort of in tow, and they were offered these government positions, and it seemed there was a compromise. And then what does Yatsenyuk do? He announces in English, by Twitter, no deal, Yanukovych. So clearly done for an international audience. And this has been the dynamic all along of the Maidan protests, that you have the mass of people, again, many of them middle class. You could tell this, as a friend of mine said, because unlike in 2004 when people were arriving to the Maidan by trolley bus, this time they're arriving in nice personal vehicles, which they're parking on the outskirts of the city, and they're wearing snowboard helmets that cost, you know, several times the average monthly income of an ordinary Ukrainian. But nonetheless, still not necessarily represented by the politicians who were sort of taking the opportunity and conducting the formal negotiations. So you could argue that this was kind of a period of dual trackery in the Maidan. Finally, of course, at the end of January, Prime Minister Azarov resigns under tremendous pressure. Yanukovych accepts the resignation. Several of the dictatorship laws are suspended, though not all of them. This is seen as really the first tangible result of the negotiations. And then the US and the EU actively join into a negotiation process. As you'll recall, this was when the Toria Nuland phone call is leaked. The Russians are in a total panic here. And then things very quickly spiral out of control in February when protesters begin to advance on the Rada, demanding a change in the constitution, impatient with the pace of negotiations, and somehow in circumstances that I think are still being researched and debated, the police fire on the protesters. At least 24 people are killed, and these famous now fiery, bloody, nightmarish clashes on Hrushevskovo Street in which the so-called Heavenly Hundred martyr themselves, and the real history of the Maidan then is written in blood. These begin and are capped off on February 21st when the EU brokers a deal, supposedly signed and witnessed by all sides. Russia witnesses but doesn't sign, that is going to keep Yanukovych briefly in power until a special election. All right, the rest is history. We know Yanukovych flees, the entire regime collapses, a new acting government comes in with this sort of, again, strange, somewhat surreal relationship with the Maidan. I remember, does anybody remember watching the live footage from the Maidan that evening as they're announcing the names of the putative ministers and they're getting like this sort of almost quasi-parliamentary approval from the Maidan, as if it's this sort of formal legal entity. And they literally are passing a microphone around, and random people from the square are kind of saying strange things that they think they know about the various putative ministers. I mean, I've honestly never seen a process like this, certainly in recent, post 21st century history. It's an incredibly unique phenomenon, and I think it's being tested now. Right? The durability and the viability of this, when you consider that ministers appointed basically in this fashion are now representing Ukraine in high-stakes security negotiations, are coming to Washington to ask for money from the various international financial institutions, and of course are running Ukraine and attempting to maintain a credible situation in the run-up to the elections. This model is now being tested, and I find this, as an observer, absolutely fascinating, but I don't have any final answers for you. I don't know where this goes because it's truly unprecedented. Let me just say a couple of last words about participants, because you asked me to talk about groups, and you'll notice I'm basically not saying anything about political parties. And that's intentional, because this was not a revolution of political parties. I truly believe that, and I'll continue to believe that. But who were some of the groups involved? Well, students, right? I mentioned students. They were, without question, young people were the catalyst of the Maidan. It was certainly true that by the middle of its course, by December, by January, there were plenty of people, cross-sectional Ukrainians of all generations, but students were the catalyst. We heard a lot about the so-called Maidan Self-Defense Group. What was this exactly? This was a creation after November 30th when there was kind of a collective feeling, particularly online in the social networks, that they needed to organize some way of protecting our children, right? Again, this notion that our children were vulnerable, that the Berkut could do whatever they wanted. And so it became a sort of almost quasi-national guard, and indeed today it's been made into a national guard. The nominal head is this guy, Andrei Parubi, who was a Rada member from Batkivshina, who's now become the head of the National Security Council. And in effect, it was a relatively effective organization. It organized into these units called hundreds. The Afghan war veterans became kind of loose allies. Some of them joined with the hundreds, others of them had their own organizations, but the idea was basically protect our children. The other group we've heard a lot about, probably disproportionate to their actual significance, is Pravi sector, the right sector. Nominally, again, they had a relationship to the Maidan self-defense forces. A lot of people believe that they are the ones who started the clashes at various points, particularly in January on Hrushevskovo Street. But the basic idea is the reason that these people had any traction was because they were absolutely fed up with the inaction of politicians, with the idea that for weeks and weeks, while there's blood in the streets, while people are suffering, while the country's grinding to a halt, somehow these political leaders from the old regime right? I mean, think of guys like Poroshenko and Yatsenyuk and even to some extent Klitschko. What is not old regime about these guys? They've been around forever. Their names are extremely well known. I remember watching in 2012 and 2013 them giving speeches to crowds. So there's nothing new about these faces. And so I think Pravy sector very effectively channeled the frustration. That's not to discount the phenomenon of West Ukrainian nationalism. Absolutely. That's a huge part of it as well. Dmytro Yarosh will be the presidential candidate of West Ukraine nationalism. There's no question about that. The Automaidan, another absolutely vital movement here. You'll remember Dmytro Bulatov, the leader of the Automaidan, the guy who insisted on driving over and over to Yanukovych's estate at Meshiria. Obviously that's courting disaster. Disaster happened. He was abducted. He was tortured. He, of course, is now the Minister of Youth and Sport. Again, this is the strangest constitution of a government I could possibly imagine. It has yet to be tested that a guy who is essentially a professional rabble-rouser is now a minister in the government. Nothing against him. We just will judge based on results. I think I'll leave it there in terms of the groups. Obviously, there were medical groups, legal assistance groups, IT assistance groups, and they had tents. It was incredibly well organized. Let me just finally say about the long-term outcomes. We're sort of looking at I can't think of the right metaphor here, but we're looking at a sort of a couple of grains of salt under a glass on what is likely to be a gigantic beach in terms of the significance for Ukraine's history and for the region. I think in terms of the upcoming elections at the end of May, assuming that the security situation permits them to come out, there is tremendous cynicism. I think that people, again, look at these figures. Yes, it's a new era. Yes, they're saying new things. But fundamentally, this is Yulia Tymoshenko, the oldest of the old guard, against Petro Poroshenko, an oligarch, if ever there was one. He may be an oligarch who sounds different. I remember he actually gave a speech right here at this lectern in 2010. Very smart man, made a lot of good choices, but fundamentally not a new face. So this is one old man against an old woman running for the presidency of a country which theoretically has fundamentally changed. So I think that assumption is being tested. In terms of governance, I think that the acting authorities are caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, even though nominally the Maidan is being sort of disassembled now as the barricades and the piles of garbage come down, it still requires the legitimacy of the Maidan. Why? Because it was not the Rada and it was not the Constitution that appointed this government. This is a government that derives its legitimacy nominally from the Maidan. So that means it's got to keep this amorphous agglomeration of people and forces and internet activism happy. Otherwise, they have no legitimacy. And yet, at the same time, they have to sustain this loose coalition that may somehow keep Ukraine territorially unified. Obviously, you've got the major oligarchs. I don't want to step on Maxim's presentation, but you've got major forces in the East who have completely different interests from the Maidan in Kiev. So really, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. In terms of future reform, this government is being tested now, already now, not in 6 months, right now. And I think if in a short period of time, 6 months, maybe a year, if they have not shown very concrete, transformative progress. I'm thinking of, I'm looking at Ambassador Yaakubashvili, thinking about maybe, Georgian police reform level of transformation, something that can be felt and touched by ordinary people on a day-to-day basis. They will be judged as a failure. And I'm reminded of the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? I have trouble imagining the Ukrainian people doing all of this a third time and trying to reshuffle the deck one more time, right? Then Ukraine basically becomes just a permanent basket case in Eastern Europe, which is probably, by the way, what Moscow would love to see. By the way, I think that the position of the West on the Maidan versus on the activities now, this separatist insurgency in eastern Ukraine, is very, very tricky. Because Russia's very effectively using the way that we in the international community say, oh, well, one thing is a legitimate popular uprising, The other thing is a special operation by the Russians. This is delicate and tricky stuff. And ordinary Russian people, my friends whom I talk to in Russia, are very skeptical about this distinction. For them, it smacks of double standards. Whenever Russia benefits from something, we oppose it. When the West benefits from something, we support it. So I think we need a new lexicon. We need a new approach to talking about these things. At the end of the day, we can't possibly come out against self-determination of people. The president has used, our president, Obama, has used the phrase, the universal right of human beings to decide their own future. If we're going to choose to use that vocabulary, we've got to use it consistently. Otherwise, we get ourselves into an impossible position. Not to step on, again, the toes of the future panel. And then just finally, a warning for all of us here in Washington and others who will come to this problem. We have seen how this movie ends before. If this government fails, if Ukraine continues in the state of permanent basket case chaos, the idea of constantly having to reshuffle the deck and reset the government because you keep getting it wrong, because self-interest and short-term thinking continue to trump long-term thinking, then I promise you the West will lose interest in Ukraine very, very quickly. We know how and why Ukraine fatigue sets in. It's a kind of romantic love that swings between extremes. What we need is a long-term, sustained, contractual commitment. It is not going to be sexy and it is not going to be exciting, but it's the kind of thing we should be working on right now. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that for that very insightful presentation based upon your time living there. And Matt, and you leave us with a lot of things to consider and take into perspective in the coming days ahead. I will now turn the floor over to Maxime. And Max, your presentation is on Eastern Ukraine, so take it away. You have your slides open.
My pleasure to speak at this conference and to speak after Matthew, and I was just emotionally touched by your resemblance of a snow in Kiev. I experienced the effects of this snow, and it took us 3.5 hours to drive 15 miles from my place to work. And we live not in Kiev, but we live in the Kiev region, and cleaning that part of the road was the responsibility of the regional authorities. With that, I will turn to the situation in the Ukrainian regions, and particularly in the southeastern regions. And I will take the following 10 to 15 minutes to highlight several issues pertaining to the role of oligarchs and their influence on the government and the Ukrainian military related to the southeast unrest. In particular, there are several questions that need to be addressed. The first one is, should we hold the oligarchs in some way responsible for the unrest in the southeastern regions? Some of the Ukrainian oligarchs became governors in some of the regions. Is this good or bad practice? It is a good solution for the crisis management and resolution of immediate needs that has to be addressed. But how about the democratic government and more mid to longer term needs in Kiev? Is the help of the Ukrainian oligarchs that are increasingly funding the armed forces and the National Guard good or bad for the Ukrainian military? Will Ukraine have private armies? And is there a threat that this type of private military establishments would skew the balance from the traditional Ukrainian military, given its perceived weakness vis-à-vis Russian military? And finally, what would be the Ukrainian state model after the crisis in Ukraine's southeastern regions is resolved, based on the interests of the players described in this scenario and in this context? First of all, several reports from the press have been blaming some of the oligarchs for spurring the unrest in the southeastern regions, and likewise for not supporting and for not organizing the resistance in the southeastern regions. These reports come from a new think tank, which is the Ukrainian National Security Experts Council, but they also come to the traditional media. On the other hand, we have a statement of the presidential candidate Yulia Tymoshenko from Batkivshina Fatherland Party, who seems to defend the richest Ukrainian oligarch, Rinat Akhmetov, and who asserts that Rinat Akhmetov, in his statements, has never stood up for the separatism, and rather he promotes the Ukrainian unity. In other words, he can be a person to dealt with and a person to a partner to rely on in politics. Yet another Ukrainian presidential candidate, clearly a pro-Russian candidate, Oleg Tsarev, seems to blame the Ukrainian oligarchs and virtually call them collaborators of the unlawful and illegitimate Ukrainian government. He called upon them and he urged them that they could lose their business if they do not stop cooperating and helping the Ukrainian government, but rather shift to helping the separatists achieve their goals. The situation is aggravated by the economic content and by the economic factor that influences the southeastern unrest and makes it different from what happened at Maidan. Maidan, which Mr. Zhansky has spoken about in a great detail, had also another name. It had the name of the Revolution of Dignity. While Ukrainian commentators called the events in the southeast the Revolution of Poverty. This name appeared observing the financial motivation of many pro-Russian separatists that seize the administrative buildings and by comparing their social status with the social status of many of the Maidan participants. In fact, it appears that in the southeastern regions there is less middle class presence than was in Kyiv, and this makes the role of oligarchs especially critical for influencing these events. Now, who are the Ukrainian oligarchs? I will have an opportunity in this presentation to speak only about several key oligarchs, as the time is limited, yet to point at the very beginning, many Ukrainian oligarchs are not really present in this political play, and some of them are not on the radar. They tend to maintain low profile, and the role of these oligarchs is beyond this presentation. But a crucial person who is on the radar is Rinat Akhmetov. Rinat Akhmetov is the richest person in Ukraine, and he was at some time one of the richest person in Eastern Europe. His net worth is estimated by Forbes Ukraine magazine at $15.4 billion. And his core assets are in the steel making, in the mining and metals sector, and in the energy sector, which is DTEC oil and gas and DTEC electric power. It also has DTEC wind power division. He also is an owner of football club. Is Rinat Akhmetov dependent on Russia, and to what extent? In general, the sales of his core companies to Russia, such as Metinvest, account only for a tiny share, some 8% of his revenues. While DTEC also may export some coal to Russia, but in very little quantities. Largely, Rinat Akhmetov is not dependent on Russia, and he has Russian businesses at his competitors. On the other hand, the company DTEC was involved directly in the Crimean crisis in a way that DTEC was a partner in a joint venture Vanko-Prekerchinska, that had a license to develop one of the largest deep water deposits of gas, offshore gas, Prekerchinsky deposit. And the rest of the company was mostly owned by Russian Lukoil. And presently, these assets are at risk as they have been remaining in the Crimea after the Russian annexation of the Crimea. Another Rinat Akhmetov's company, DTEC Energy, owns a stake, probably a controlling interest in Crimea Energo. It's a distribution company, and it is also used as one important market for the exports of Rinat Akhmetov's energy to the Crimea. A statement on the company's website stated that DTEC started negotiations with Russian energy major Interrao Yes about the way of doing business in the occupied Crimea. This may involve the possibility to sell energy for Russian rubles, and this is in somewhat contradiction to the new law on the occupied territories, which was recently passed by the Ukrainian parliament and which declares all business activity in the Crimea, most of business activity, illegal. This has a conflict to be addressed. Rinat Akhmetov at one point appeared a peacemaker. He was one of the first to meet with the Ukrainian protesters in Donetsk in the early stages of the protest, and it was through his influence. He had some other meetings with Ukrainian law enforcement authorities visiting Donetsk, possibly with Yulia Tymoshenko, who came on a visit, and the result was that the Ukrainian government has not used force against protesters who seized the Donetsk regional administration. In such way, Rinat Akhmetov owns the political process in Donetsk and is able to influence both the central government in Kyiv and the local government to his interest. Publicly, he has spoken several times against separatism, and he spoke several times for the preservation of unified Ukraine, for which he was commanded by Yulia Tymoshenko. Another important political player and Ukrainian oligarch is Serhiy Tihipko. He was the deputy of the chairman of the Party of Regions before he had his own political party. His estimated net worth is $1.2 billion. And Serhiy Tihipko's core assets are in the rail car making industry, which ships probably 70 to 80% of its products to the Russian market. His business was under the Russian sanctions in October 2013. He positioned himself as a moderate candidate, but as a more pro-Russian candidate, and at one point he supported tight partnership relations between Ukraine and the customs union. As of now, Serhiy Tihipko holds one of the highest presidential rating. It's 7 to 10% according to various polls. He is an independent candidate, and in his messages he tries to grasp this radical pro-Russian separatist mode that gains fashion in Donetsk. And quite often he's on the edge of making separatist statements, yet he still publicly speaks in favor of unified Ukraine. The third business tycoon is Igor Kolomoisky. Mr. Kolomoisky is distinguished from the oligarchs that I spoke about before because his business is diversified. However, his core business is a bank. It's a private bank. It's a #1 Ukrainian bank in total assets. Mr. Kolomoisky's net worth is estimated at $2.4 billion. And his bank suffered because of the Russian economic warfare measures. He had to sell his Moscow branch of the private bank, and he also lost eventually his business in the Crimea. He had an economic dispute with Roman Abramovich, the Russian tycoon, over the metals company Yevraz, and Igor Kolomoisky owns one of the largest private security companies in Ukraine. The name is Yavir 2000. This will explain what comes at the next slide. It would be Mr. Kolomoisky innovative approaches to the Ukrainian defense. I will try now briefly speak about these approaches, but basically it's two things. He ordered the formation of a special. He suggested that the government appoints him the governor of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, as other Ukrainian influential businessman Serhiy Taruta commented to the media. Kolomoisky did it because for his own fear of risks, and he did not want to deal with the Ukrainian government, and rather he wanted to serve. He offered his service to the Ukrainian government. In this way, he was managed to feel himself comfortable. But in the military, Kolomoisky ordered to form a special elite unit Dnieper. It will be formed of Dnipropetrovsk natives and headed by Afghan war veterans. Allegedly, the soldiers in this unit, which will be a territorial defense unit, will receive a salary from $2,000 per month upwards, which is, I think, some 30–40% above similar government rate in special forces. This battalion will receive the weapons from the government storage. However, it will be accountable and subordinate to Dnipropetrovsk regional authorities, according to the plan of creation such a force. Mr. Kolomoisky also is known for establishing a special bounty or reward for captured Russian GRU intelligence operatives and for the armor, for ammunition and weapons that are brought to his attention. He did it to tackle the economic motivation and to resolve this issue of the revolution of poverty. Many of the protesters, the local ones who support separatists and support this pro-Russian operation, do so for money. And the award of which the Ukrainian media wrote today that about $5,000 or even $80,000 have already been paid out. 8 Russian agents have been apprehended and brought, and the bounty was claimed. So this award becomes effective. There have been viral ads on Facebook And supposedly a similar reward was established in Lugansk, sponsored by one local business person. So it is really working. But when we refer to Lugansk, there is another picture of an oligarch, seemingly oligarch, who does not admit that he is a public oligarch, and rather is a parliamentarian with substantial career history in the Ukrainian government and in the parliament. This is Alexander Yefremov. He is the Verkhovna Rada deputy. He has a very long history of being the governor of Lugansk Oblast, and he built his career and he started his business immediately after being in the Komsomol, the youth branch of the Communist Party, and in the Communist Party before 1991. But he is being now accused of allegedly owning a bank and insurance company through the United States incorporated umbrella company in the state of Nevada. He controls machine building, coal, coke, and some metals enterprises, and there has been allegedly a financial investigation by Ukrainian financial intelligence against Alexander Yefremov. He is clearly accused of sponsorism, the separatism in Lugansk and in the southeastern area. Following the discussion about oligarchs, I will quickly say a few words about the Ukrainian armed forces and the military in general that are playing a part in the conflict scenario. This, if I may, I will just try to make, but it doesn't really work. The Ukrainian armed forces, as of January 1st, at the beginning of 2014, employed 160,000 people, and of those 112,000 were in the military service, while the Ukrainian police employed more than 300,000 people, and you can add to that some probably 30 to 40,000 from the border force and from other security agencies. This clearly gives an impression of Ukraine being a police state, and it played a special role in the southeastern conflict, as according to various analysts' estimates, some 50 to even 70% of local police exhibited disloyalty and were not interfering in calming the unrest. This could be one of the reasons that Ukraine used the regular army, the military, in the counter-terrorist operation it has started in the southeastern region. Ukraine had a doctrine, a military doctrine of a peaceful state without any adversaries, capable of conducting local wars, and embarked on a very ambitious military reform under President Yanukovych. It was to shift to the professional army. It cancelled the draft in spring 2014. The last draft was in the fall of 2013, and it was to reduce the force to 70,000. However, it now has, the Ukrainian armed force now exceeds 120,000, and of those around 100,000 to various estimates are relatively ready for combat. There have been various assessments of the needs of the Ukrainian army, and there's been a need in the famous Clark and Cable report of the US specialist that visited Ukraine. They identified the need in certain equipment, but they also mentioned that the Ukrainian army needs probably 3 times more manpower to protect 1,000-mile Russian border for territorial defense. According to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, the Ukrainian army is equipped with uniforms only at 34% rate, and the pressing problem is also body armor, helmets, and other protection means. There have been huge financing issues for the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian law legally stipulates the expenses of 2% of the GDP, which was probably never met historically, only in certain years. And the military reform, the defense ministry under Yanukovych claimed to receive 25 billion hryvnias. It's it's little over $3 billion. Why of those only 2/3 were received? 14.5 billion, and the military was even tapped for other budget programs. The state budget law of 2013 was to allocate some funds free from the military reform that became available for other social needs. Then the interim Ukrainian government increased financing of the Ukrainian military. It earmarked, well, as you can see, almost by 50% in March already. And there have been also other ways of funding through war bonds, which are to be issued, and there's also a crowdfunding, significant crowdfunding, and funding by the oligarchs. Igor Kolomoisky himself paid a lot of money for buying aviation fuel for the aircraft. As a result, later his enterprises also, his company also got a contract for the fuel purchase from the Ukrainian ministry, but his company is the only Ukrainian producer of fuel, Ukrainian producer of fuel, so it should not have been any corruption allegations. One word about the issue of the readiness. In this slide, which refers to 2013, you can see a wide gap that existed between the reality and between the perception of the Ukrainian authorities. This gap was even noticed by the Russian analysts. On the left you have the statement from Ukrainian defense minister, and on the right you have a very appealing statement by some Russian military analyst and blogger, which is publicly available, which predicts that the Ukrainian army would be destroyed by 2014, and also shouts alarm that the country's eastern region is virtually demilitarized, which became evident this spring as the confrontation with Russia escalated in the southeast. Ukraine is in search of the new military, and one model of the new military is the National Guard. Its role is especially evident as the National Guard is a unit that Ukraine already had in the early 90s. It's proven itself in the Crimea, where it was used during President Mashkov's times in this government. It was deployed to the Crimea. And it is it's both a combination of a law enforcement, of border protection, and territorial defense force. The National Guard is interacting with Maidan Self-Defense, which formed a reserve battalion. It's currently it was deployed recently in the southeast. It has special units which are specifically trained for the police tasks which are very much needed in Donetsk. The issue is that this National Guard was needed yesterday or a month ago in larger quantities, but this is one type of the military that is emerging. The risk for Ukraine is to have these new units and to have the new military that might include non-state militia and private armies. These self-defense battalions of the kind that are being formed in Dnipropetrovsk, now in Zhytomyr, and Yulia Tymoshenko urged to form such units in other places. They are in fact needed as they have a higher moral spirit. They compensate for the lacks in manpower in territorial defense. But on the other hand, if they are financed by the oligarchs, this could mean a challenge for the government. Ukraine has yet to find and to develop a specific law which would regulate these areas, and in fact the situation was predicted before, and some analysts, as you can see on this slide, one analyst, Yuri Zbitnev, in 2012 was warning that Ukraine has numerous illegally owned weapons and oligarchs have large private security firms, and the lack of law and order will inevitably create insurgents units, while he thinks that private military companies will be more extensively used by the regular Ministry of Defense for combat-specific roles. So what's the outlook of these actors in the Southeast scenario? Oligarchs in itself is the issue. As Ukraine is known, unlike Russia, where Putin implied a combination, Vladimir Putin implied a combination of a crackdown on oligarchs. Remember Mikhail Khodorkovsky case and of certain convention with the oligarch closer to him. He made state one oligarchic player, and this is the model that Russia has now. But Ukraine's model is different. It's a certain type of a political oligarchic/democratic model. And one of Maidan's goals was to abolish the power of oligarchs. However, a certain agreement with them is presently required to be able to preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and to resolve the southeastern crisis. Decentralization of power in the regions may lead to what our acting Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk called the appearance of a number of little Yanukovychs, which will have more power. It could lead to a certain dilution of power and of skewness or of shifting the power balance away from the central government in Kiev. There are positive developments and promises that the Russian invasion threat would serve as Ukraine's key motivator to reform its armed forces and its security sector, and including the military. It's my view that for some time we will have still a combination of both a regular military and of network-centric new types of military and security forces. There's not a big threat to stability in this. However, the government should control for retaining the power and governance. And in a way, we have now a tradition of the renewal of a Cossack movement in Ukraine. The Ukraine's military most pressing needs are probably financing, training, and professional advice. And these largely are the needs that will be helped with as soon as the government is able to secure the IMF assistance. At that, I will finish my presentation. Thank you, Glenn, and when the time comes to it, I will be ready to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Thank you for that very in-depth presentation. Mac's been working on that for several days now, trying to get this up to speed, so appreciate your thoughts. And now turn the floor over to Vladimir Sokar, needs no introduction. You're good.
Yeah. Across the entire former Soviet space, Russia currently pursues two federalization projects for Moldova and for Ukraine. The salient feature that both projects have in common is to disable a Western-oriented government from pursuing that orientation. In both cases, Russia undertakes a political military conflict against a Western-oriented government. In both cases, Russia misrepresents this interstate conflict as an internal conflict within the target country. In both cases, Russia tries to present itself as a mediator in that conflict and to obtain a role as a supervisor of constitutional processes and of an eventual settlement of the purported internal conflict. Russia defines the conflict involving itself and Ukraine not as a Russia-Ukraine interstate conflict, but an internal conflict among Ukrainians, basically between the central government in Kiev and an undefined entity known as Eastern and Southern Ukraine, or equally undefined entity known as the Russian-speaking population. Russia proposes to mediate this internal conflict. The Russian term is to сопровождать the internal conflict, or rather the negotiations to settle the internal conflict, meaning to guide those negotiations. From Russia's point of view, the way to settle this purported internal conflict, which never existed until a few weeks ago, is to adopt a federal constitution of Ukraine. According to the Russian government, this constitution should empower each and every region, meaning oblast, in Ukraine, to exercise their rights on an equal basis in influencing the decisions of the central government on matters that affect the interests of the regions, which means practically on an unlimited range of issues. Russia proposes to anchor in the Ukrainian constitution a commitment to permanent non-bloc status and to elevate the status of the Russian language in Ukraine to second state language. Unclear whether this would be second meaning a lesser status than the Ukrainian state language, or a state language on a par with the Ukrainian language. This is apparently negotiable. According to Foreign Minister Lavrov, military neutrality or non-alignment is inseparable from political non-alignment. This is a formula that would preclude Ukraine's association with the European Union on political matters. The demand for elevating the official status of the Russian language in Ukraine is designed to set back the uncompleted project of the formation of a Ukrainian nation. The term Russian-speaking population should be banished from our political vocabulary. From Russia's point of view, practically the entire population of Ukraine is entitled to intrusive Russian protection because they speak the Russian language. Russian-speaking population is an artificial construct of Moscow that dates back to the final years of the Soviet Union, when the central authorities in Moscow tried to create a common front of the non-native ethnic groups in each former Union republics to oppose the aspirations for independence. At the present stage, Russia has a number of powerful instruments to coerce the Ukrainian government in Kiev. First instrument is the policy of non-recognition of the government's legitimacy. Non-recognition of its legitimacy, not of the government as such. Russian ministers and other governmental officials do deal with their Ukrainian counterparts at the ministerial and technical level. But Russia completely denies the legitimacy of the current Ukrainian government. And on that basis, it threatens not to recognize the outcome of the May 25 presidential election, and certainly to disorganize eastern Ukraine so as not to allow the holding of that election. That's the first instrument. Next instrument is the threat of unleashing civil war in eastern Ukraine. The third instrument is the infiltration of Russian intelligence operatives to organize unrest in eastern Ukraine. The fourth instrument is the massive presence of offensively oriented Russian military units on Ukraine's eastern and northern borders. And the fifth instrument is inflammatory Russian propaganda by state-owned television channels, which on a daily basis incite civil war in eastern Ukraine, and do so, it must be said, until up to this point, with limited success. But they are trying very hard. The Russian position regarding Ukraine's elections is as follows. Either Ukraine should first adopt a federal constitution and only then hold elections legitimately that Russia could recognize, or alternatively, Ukraine to commit itself ahead of the elections to introducing federalism in the constitution after the election. Russia hopes that the Ukrainian government might give in to these demands in order to obtain recognition from Russia and recognition of the government and recognition of the outcome of the election. In contrast to Moldova, where Russia relies on Transnistria for its federalization project, Russia thus far has almost no partners for federalization in Ukraine. If it hoped to enlist the Party of Regions or factions of the Party of Regions into this project, Moscow has thus far failed to do so. The Party of Regions, as Max here intimated, is deeply factionalized. But within this party, the only significant factor that advocates federalization is the presidential candidate Mikhailo Dobkin, former governor of Kharkiv region, who is has marginal chances in the presidential election, certainly will not make it to the second round. Otherwise, the main organizations of the Party of Regions in the east, in Donetsk and Luhansk, are against federalization. Both in Donetsk and in Luhansk, they have recently issued, just in the last week or so, resolutions of the local regional organizations of the Party of Regions, which do not include the term federalization. They use the word decentralization. And the only demand that is consonant with the Russian agenda is the official status for the Russian language across Ukraine. Otherwise, there is no support for federalization, for decentralization, financial budgetary autonomy, and removal of the institution of state administrations at the oblast level and rayon level, which is consonant with a recent proposal from the government in Kiev. Obviously frustrated by the lack of partners for the federalization project, President Vladimir Putin on April 17th attacked the oligarchs in eastern Ukraine, those oligarchs appointed by the central government in Kiev to gubernatorial positions. He attacked those oligarchs, saying that they were embezzlers of public property, that they are distrusted by the people, that they are corrupt, that they are exploiters. So he attacked the very concept of oligarchs. Oligarchs became a dirty word in Putin's public discourse on April 17. Instead, Moscow is relying on a new type of local leaders in eastern Ukraine. They are radical, impatient, young militants who aspire to replace the local nomenclatura of the Party of Regions and take its place. Moscow television channels are strongly promoting this new type of leaders. And I have jotted down a list of leaders of real or purported organizations from eastern Ukraine that are being featured on Russian state television channels. They are not featuring Party of Region nomenclatura. They are featuring this new type of leaders. And here are the organizations, whether real or fictitious. A few of them are real. One recognizes their names. Russian, in eastern Ukraine, Russian Bloc, Russian Unity, the Ukrainian Eurasian Choice, the Path of Orthodox Believers, the Donbass Self-Defense Force, the Russian Community of Ukraine. This latter one is the local branch of Dmitry Rogozin's old Congress of Russian Communities. So Russian Community of Ukraine. The People's Front for Liberation of Ukraine, the Slavic Guard, the Luhansk People's Militia, the Kramatorsk People's Militia. And finally, and this is the most interesting one and worth watching, something called the Southeast Ukraine Movement. Foreign Minister Lavrov said after the Geneva meeting that he personally took the proposals from a Southeast Ukraine movement to the Geneva meeting and circulated them with Russia's endorsement. So this is something to watch. What are these purported leaders saying on Russian television channels? They are saying that the Party of Regions are traitors to the people. They are opposed to the people's interests because they were all along and still are for a unitary Ukrainian state opposing federalism. They are servants of the oligarchy in Ukraine. They are blaming former President Yanukovych and the Party of Regions for having opposed the self-organization of Russians in Ukraine. These leaders are saying that they represent a new elite and a fresh blood that deserves Russian support. At the Geneva meeting, Foreign Minister Lavrov personally demanded the release of the Donetsk region's people's governor. He used that term in the Geneva meeting, the Donetsk region's people's governor. One marginal militant called Pavel Gubaryev. And incidentally, the GRU operative whose telephone calls were intercepted by Ukrainian intelligence, in one of those 5 telephone calls, he talks to the wife of Pavel Gubaryev. In his April 17 speech, the same day as the Geneva meeting. President Putin confirmed for the first time that yes, Russian troops did intervene in Crimea. But no, Russian troops are not present, or Russian agents are not present in eastern Ukraine. Putin cited the authorization that he received from Russia's Federation Council on March 1 to deploy troops on the territory of Ukraine, not just Crimea, on the territory of Ukraine, and said he hopes he would not have to do that. The Geneva communique. Let me list its pluses and its minuses. Pluses. In that quadripartite format, Russia is in a minority. The format consists of the United States, the European Union, Russia, and Ukraine. A plus. Russia was unable to obtain the participation of internal Ukrainian opposition politicians in the Geneva meeting. Russia specifically wanted Mikhailo Dobkin, whom I mentioned earlier. And the fact that Russia wanted Dobkin suggests that it has not yet assembled a credible team through which to promote federalization of eastern Ukraine with the rest of Ukraine. Further to the pluses, the communique from Geneva does not mention Russian-speaking population, does not mention federalization, does not mention any Ukrainian internal political or constitutional issues, as Ukraine wanted, and it does not mention the Russian demand for non-bloc status for Ukraine. And the very fact that the United States and the European Union are participating in this quadripartite format means that Ukraine is not being abandoned into a Russian sphere of influence. These are the positives. Now the negatives. The communique from Geneva does not mention Russia's military threat to Ukraine. It does not mention the presence of Russian paramilitary operatives in Ukraine. Does not mention the psychological war being conducted by Russia against Ukraine. Does not mention Ukraine's territorial integrity. Does not mention its internationally recognized borders. It fails to mention Crimea. It stipulates no obligation whatsoever from Russia. It does stipulate a lot of obligation for Ukraine. Those include, in the communique, the start of a constitutional process with the participation of regions. If implemented, this itself would imply the end of the Ukrainian unitary state. So it prejudges the outcome of the constitutional debate. There is no progress made in Geneva toward Russia's recognition of the existing Ukrainian government. There are no guarantees or promises or obligations by Russia to refrain from derailing the presidential election in the East. The OSCE is being awarded, quote, the leading role, unquote, in assisting the Ukrainian authorities and the local communities to implement de-escalation measures. This is one of the worst provisions of Geneva. What does it mean? It means that it is recognized that there is an internal Ukrainian conflict. It equates the two sides to this purported conflict. And it authorizes the OSCE to play a mediating role. This is largely the result of the diplomacy of German Foreign Minister Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who, in the internal debates in the European Union, opposed the sending of a European Union mission and successfully obtained the sending of an OSCE mission. The OSCE is an organization designed to deal with the security and related problems of the gray zone of Europe. Ukraine has a government with European aspirations. It would have been entirely appropriate to have an EU observer mission in Ukraine. Sending an OSCE observer mission relegates Ukraine implicitly to the gray zone. And the OSCE has a disastrous record of conflict management in Moldova and in Georgia. In Moldova, incidentally, the OSCE mission from 2002 to 2005 actively promoted federalization of Moldova together with Russia. More minuses of the Geneva Agreement. Russia is implicitly emerging in the role of one of the supervisors of the constitutional process and one of the other members of the format that would eventually guarantee the outcome of negotiations. Russia is completely unqualified for such a role. In relation to Ukraine, just specifically to Ukraine, Russia is the ultimate international perjurer. It has violated every single agreement it has had with Ukraine. The Budapest Memorandum of 1994, the Interstate Agreement of 1997, the Black Sea Fleet Agreements of 1997, not to mention the international agreements, umbrella agreements, under which Russia was committed to respecting Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, borders, and so on. So Russia is unqualified for participating in the role of co-supervisor of Ukraine's constitutional process and of its eventual guarantees. Russia's protégés in eastern Ukraine have not accepted the Geneva Communiqué. The Donetsk People's Republic authorities in Donetsk regions have explicitly said that they do not recognize the Geneva Communiqué. They said this the day after, on April 18, that they don't recognize the Geneva Communiqué and that they will vacate the buildings that they illegally occupy if the government in Kiev vacates the state institutions that it illegally occupies. This has forced the Obama administration the next day after Geneva, on April 18, to call Moscow and to ask Moscow to exert its influence over the Donetsk militants to get them to accept the Geneva agreements. The flaw in this approach is, of course, that Russia itself does not accept the Geneva agreements. It reserves the right to go way beyond the Geneva agreements. And this game in which Russia is being asked to exert its influence over militants in the field is such a déjà vu. One remembers it from the time of the Berlin crisis, when the United States and other Western powers were asking Russia to exert its Soviet Union, to exert its moderating influence over the government of Walter Ulbricht, and later over the government of Erich Honecker. It also reminds me of the many efforts over many years of Moldova in the first place, but also of Moldova's Western partners, to ask Moscow to exert its allegedly moderating influence over the Transnistria authorities. So it's a déjà vu, and it has no chance to work. After Geneva, Foreign Minister Lavrov has outlined a possible procedure for Geneva follow-up. He said that following this meeting, the participants in it, the individual participants in the quadripartite format, would, each one of them in its own right, continue conducting meetings in various formats with the other participants. This means that the Russians might try to reach some agreements with the United States or the European Union behind Ukraine's back by conducting meetings in bilateral formats. And it certainly implies that Moscow will try to conduct such bilateral meetings with a local team in eastern Ukraine, which Russia will try to assemble. It has not yet assembled. Now, on the same day on which the Geneva meeting was held, Russian President Vladimir Putin held its annual phone-in talk with the Russian citizenry. And he already laid the groundwork for destroying the Geneva framework on the same day on which the Geneva meeting was taking place. In this phone-in talk, Putin said, Russia and Ukraine are essentially a single nation in many ways. Putin quoted approvingly the White Movement from the Russian Civil War, which never had the slightest thought about a possible separation between Russia and Ukraine. They always perceived them as the parts of a common, united nation. And they were certainly right, unquote. Putin referred to they presumably meaning the United States and the West generally, trying artificially to split Russia and Ukraine from each other and to have a situation with two different states, Russia and Ukraine, to weaken both. Regarding eastern Ukraine, Putin reverted to the self-determination argument. He said, we must do everything we can to help the whole of eastern Ukraine to freely determine their own fate. This is what we shall strive for. This goes far beyond the Geneva framework on the day on which the Geneva meeting was held. When Putin said to freely determine their own fate, he used the Russian word samostoyatelno, which could be interpreted either as secession or as agreement to some kind of federal construct. So it's negotiable. Putin raised for the first time in his April 17 phone-in the issue of Novorossiya. He defined Novorossiya as consisting of three Ukrainian oblasts, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kharkiv, Kherson, Mykolaiv, and Odessa, which were, quote, given to Ukraine in the 1920s by the Soviet government. Why? Who knows? Unquote. A vivid echo of Putin's assertions that Crimea was given artificially to Ukraine by Nikita Khrushchev, and therefore the status quo was illegitimate. The same thing now. These six oblasts of Ukraine are artificially parts of Ukraine. He went on to say, these regions of Ukraine have intertwined their roots with those of the Russian state. We must help them to find an understanding with the rest of Ukraine. And at this point, Putin said he hopes that he does not have to use his authorization to deploy Russian forces in Ukraine. Notably, in Putin's view, the authorization to use force against Ukraine, beyond Crimea, in Ukraine, is a matter of Russia's internal legislation. It is no longer a matter of international law. It is a matter of Russia's internal legislation. The authorization of the Federation Council is sufficient for Putin to deploy troops in Ukraine. This is not being challenged in the West. It should be. About Novorossiya. The notion of setting up a Novorossiya identity consisting of the regions that I listed, 6 of them, is an idea that was very common during the 1990s in Russia's ultra-nationalist press of that time, especially in the Russian journals of opinion, not in the mainstream press, in the Russian journals of opinion in the 1990s. Listik, who is here, will remember that, I'm sure. So the idea was to detach this part of Ukraine from the state of Ukraine on the basis of a shared identity with Russia, although the Russians are everywhere a minority in each one of these oblasts. But there are more speakers of Russian than there are ethnic Russians as a result of the policy of Russification, especially in Soviet times. Concern about the re-emergence of the Novorossiya project has been expressed recently by Dnipropetrovsk Governor Ihor Kolomoisky, who in his introductory speech on assuming office at the beginning of March in Dnipropetrovsk, it's on YouTube, he said that this is an insane project of Russia to destroy Ukraine. And a week ago, Romanian President Traian Băsescu expressed similar concerns, saying that Russia is reviving the Novorossiya project in order to reach a common border or a land corridor with Transnistria and become once again a riparian country to the Danube. Where do we go from here? The Ukrainian government is vulnerable. It does not exercise effective control over the territory of the country. Russia will try to solidify territorial control over at least Donetsk Oblast in a pattern that resembles the tactics used in 1992 in Transnistria, namely capturing the seats of authority step by step, little by little, throughout the territory, and ultimately connecting the dots to create a compact territorial base on which to install a secessionist authority. But as I mentioned a moment ago, Moscow does not yet have a team of clients who might be promoted as partners in federalization with the central government. So the Russians will undoubtedly try to create and implant such a team in Donetsk Oblast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vlad, for that very precise and detailed assessment, as we find often in your articles. So on that note by Vlad, and we're sorry that Matt had to leave, we'll open the floor to some questions and answers, and definitely we have a lot of interest in the audience. I see that by people's reactions, so don't be shy. Walter, in the back. Please wait for the microphone and identify yourself for those here who don't read and follow you.
Zaritsky from the Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations. I just
is the mic on? Okay.
Is it on?
Yeah, it is now.
Okay, Zaritsky from the Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations. Actually, then I'll address this.
Hold the mic closer.
To Vladimir Volodymyr. I was about to ask. The question is this: it's unfair to Matt, but Matt left that question. Matt left his presentation with the notion that the two sides seem to have an equivalence. The Ukrainian side, because it's Maidan, the Russian side has its own ersatz Maidan. There's a kind of equivalence. But you've brought something up that's very important. I'd like you to very shortly focus on this, and that is that the regions, or a very large part of the regions, did join the forces of the opposition and actually created a legitimacy that we now see. It wasn't that all these ministers were elected from the Maidan. They may have been approved by the Maidan, but certainly there was actually a constitutional majority that assembled at some point, over 300, and that included a lot of the regions, and they basically put together the new government. And so this notion of Maidan being equivalent to this ersatz thing that you're saying hasn't even congealed yet for the Russians is just just playing right into Russian disinform. If I'm understanding you correctly, and that's what I just wanted to note. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
I think there is some confusion originates from the Obama administration's talking point about people being entitled to choose their fate. The Obama administration made this point in referring to the Ukrainian government's decision to go west to the European Union. So the talking point, as many talking points of the Obama administration, is completely counterproductive and wrong, factually wrong. They should have talked about the rights of states and governments to pursue a certain orientation, not the rights of peoples. Foreign policy is an affair of governments and of states, not of peoples. But I think the Obama administration, the whole mentality of color revolutions and regime change and so on, privileges people over state. Ukraine needs an emphasis on statehood, not on revolution from the square or from the streets. The worst thing that can happen to Ukraine is duality of power. The Maidan set the seeds for a situation of duality of power. And this is very counterproductive. The West should stress states, and it's the right of states and of the government to pursue a given orientation.
Yes, question here in the front.
Thank you. I was wondering if I could offer something counterintuitive for comment from the panel, which is that Ukraine has actually shown remarkable resilience, and that, in fact, the special operations campaign launched by Russia has largely failed. And by that I mean by looking at the operation from the Russian perspective and the stages it's evolved, having to adopt to ground truth. If we remember the first rush of tourists and, as we were talking before, people going to the theater looking for the, as you pointed out, the party of region old guard to be overthrown, they were never able, no matter, given the free rein, to assemble, as I know it, a crowd. Kharkiv, of course, that's going to be more liberal, but Luhansk, Donetsk, they've never turned out a crowd larger than 5,000 paid, ever. Now we know with the GRU intercepts, the officer from Kharkiv, is calling on the phone back to a PR agency back in Moscow. We know where that phone number leads. So we know that they are trying to run a very sophisticated rent-a-mob operation, and it's failed. After that weekend failure, they then escalated and they moved to force in Slavyansk. And we saw the escalation and the attempt then to ratchet up the pressure. That too actually stabilized and did not radicalize as they intended. So I understand your point about Geneva. Believe me, I agree, it's a flawed document. I wish we were more muscular. But I would ask you, as assuming my predicates are all true, if you could put your hats on from the GRU Russian point of view, how would you analyze their success to date vis-a-vis what I just put forward? Thank you.
I don't know.
I'll take it after you.
I'll take that. Thanks for. It depends, as they say in the business school. Probably it has not yet failed. The Russian special operation has not yet failed. It is in the making. It's not a short-run operation, and it is largely a political one, in my view. One thing to take a look at is that several Russian observers, commentators close to the establishment assert that Putin is a person with no strategy. It comes from his special operations, special services background. Their strategic culture was heavy on the operations and tactics side. He's a master of tactics, but it was presumably light on the strategy side. And he is moving step by step. He is probably more opportunistic but I would agree with Vlad that the main problem is that he does not have a base yet. However, probably 10 administrative buildings, 10 government buildings in the southeastern regions are held by the separatists. The government is not functioning as it should. This happens in the middle of the presidential campaign, which causes doubt whether the elections would be legitimate, and Russia is on a daily basis challenging the legitimacy of the elections. In other words, I cannot probably judge that this is a failure in the short term. However, I agree with you that in the long term it raises significant risks for Russia and for the Putin's government.
Yes, I agree. Russia is pursuing a grand project of irredentism. Russia has revived the irredentist approach of the great powers of the first half of the 20th century. And here is a grand irredentist project. Support for this project could be latent. It's not yet active. It may be latent in eastern Ukraine. It may, especially in Luhansk and Donetsk, and could be activated. Remember that in Crimea, there was no active support for joining Russia. It was activated almost overnight by intensive propaganda from Russia and by the sentiment in Crimea, among Russians in Crimea, that it suddenly became possible. Prior to that, it was in a latent state. I'm sure the Russians will try to do the same thing in eastern Ukraine, but what they need first is a compact territorial base and a credible shadow government for eastern Ukraine, which they now don't have.
Yeah. And just I would echo that, you know, since the beginning of the whole Crimea crisis, they may have had special operations plans to implement, but it also shows how much emotional reaction Putin has reacted to each of these. Now, he may have had operational plans for Crimea, and they may have had operational plans in eastern Ukraine. But going further, there doesn't really be, he's now trying to, it is, as Vlad has pointed out in the Geneva talks, they don't have a plan for people to put in eastern Ukraine, and so they're kind of at this stage, this political stage, very similar, kind of like what they had. I would go back to Chechnya in the late 1990s when the war started there in the second Russo-Chechen War, where they didn't have a project or people, but they eventually, over the span of a couple of years, did find the people. So that's where the time factor is weighing in and the clock is ticking. And they're trying to put this in right now, and they need that time. But there's this time for the West and this window where we have to react. So I think, but again, it's some pure emotional, yeah.
The tag into my question, the open-ended question was, does it foreclose, does this strategic period that we're at now, does it leave really you can only field a standing army for so long in the field. It's not like you can put Lego blocks on the border. And if you've got an army at the go point, in terms of troop cadres, you know, petrol, oil, lubricant, the whole thing, you can only field that army for so long mobilized. Does the failure of the special op up through today in Luhansk, they still only turned out 3,000 people. Does the failure of the special op up to today increase the attractiveness of the military guard?
Well, one can argue that they're laying the seeds for an intervention. I mean, and that's a question whether they'll go that route. So that it's, you know, and how quickly Ukraine is trying to improvise with its military reacting to flash mob tactics, as you saw with the whole airborne brigade incident, where they couldn't react. And then you had in Mariupol, you had where the National Guard, who used to be the interior forces, react in a very aggressive manner, and they knew what to do. But this is a new environment for the Ukrainian military that some of them haven't been trained in. They don't have riot control gear, and it's a quasi-military situation, and it's a really gray area. But the question is, how fast will Ukraine adapt and get its military in this short window until May 25th to be able to react to these crises. We see this, the goal is to get a stable environment for elections, to get a legitimate government. And then on the other flip side, you see Russia intervening, trying to destabilize that environment and trying to get Ukraine to overreact so that they can have their, be the spotlight with the cameras and show human rights atrocities and work the West up that the, you know. So this is where, you know, it requires patience, but also Kiev has to react from a security perspective very quickly. And if they don't, they're going to fall victim to this, and this is where the West has to step in, and they've got to be able to stop jamming those radio broadcasts. They have to lay this environment to be able step by step to regain control of eastern Ukraine, and they, I mean, it's not entirely negative, but it's not entirely positive, and so it's a real, you know, gray area. Let me call on Timur, the former Georgian ambassador, he really wants to say something, so I let him give a chance to.
I can skip if you want me. But one comment about the Ukrainian military. First of all, we should not forget that most of the Ukrainian military was deployed in the West and not in the East. It's still the case, and the redeployment may take a long time. Second, Ukrainian military doctrine was altered in a way that, for example, the main foe and, let's say, Ukrainian intelligence was focused not on Russia or Russian border with Russia, but on Romania. So there is very little information that Ukrainians actually have about Russians. So being realistic about this kind of things. And third, obviously, this military is not geared up to handle the civilian crisis or forms of civilian crisis or insurgency or whatever. My questions, I know it's very difficult to answer, but also three of you, what the Ukrainian government should do and how, what they have, what tools they have, not the imaginary tools, but real tools, and what the West should do. And the last question will be if the sanctions, even in these peevish forms, are working.
I think Max can probably answer that.
Yes, thank you, Timur. I will start with a brief reference to what you raised about the Ukrainian military. I agree with what you said, and going back to our previous discussion, it's evident that in such kind of special operations, one goal is to disrupt the country's leadership. If you have 80,000 Russian troops based at the border, then it's reduced to 30,000, and if you have to redeploy units, the government has less time to think about the reform, to think about the pressing economic needs, and it has to invest and spend money on those activities. While at the same time, the flash mob tactics requires building a new type of force, and this force, I think it's the priority for the Ukrainian government, answering your questions, and the challenge is that it should not be the police force, because the police is overmanned and corrupt, but it is the force that Ukraine, to be honest, never had before, and basically this is what the government is doing, and it just has to narrow the priorities on identifying the pressing needs in the military area, and of course to speed up negotiations with the IMF and to receive this lifeline of the financial aid, which would allow the government to continue the reforms. What can the West do? It's obviously in these realities the only valuable tool is sanctions and aid. and these sanctions could be more creative in a way that they could really target not necessarily entire industries, but some sensitive areas, maybe even some subsectors or specific products, such as, for instance, the Russian arms industry and arms shipment. And the aid, it should not only involve around the discussions of lethal versus non-lethal weapons, but or military aid, but it should be probably more in the aid of the support to the government. And what the West immediately could do, it could continue its contacts and meetings with the Ukrainian officials. The more we have Western partners in Ukraine, the more it helps to demonstrate to Russia that the West stands by the Ukrainian side. Thanks.
Okay. One question here, and then we got in the back. We got a break here. We're really running over here. In our quick question, we'll take your question, and we'll go to the next question, and we'll try to answer both.
Okay. Thank you, Leonard Oblander. I will make this as brief as I can. It's a very broad question. I'll refer to some of the discussion that we've all heard without repeating it. But in addition to that, the thinking of President Putin, who had a very strong strategic background, wrote a candidate's dissertation on energy and pipelines and so forth, and in the greater contexts of which the Ukraine issues are occurring, include Russia's signing agreements with Venezuela, in our hemisphere, with Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, to create military bases here. To what degree do you think the strategy, if we look at the Ukraine situation as a strategy in which tactics are playing out, where the U.S. representatives are making mistakes and so forth, and there's some disagreements in the West, in Europe, and between Europe and the United States. To what extent is this possibly a strategy for a greater achievement in the longer run of dividing the United States, Europe, weakening the West, using this situation as a strategy, and taking the benefits of the tactics that they end up winning along the way to achieve this broader long-range division of Western security?
Okay. And next question in the back, and then we'll... Do you have it, Catherine? Yeah, please wait for the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Schneider. And my question is, given your knowledge of the players both inside the Ukraine and Putin and the Americans and the EU, if you put your crystal ball, how do you see the situation a year from now? You know, how do you see it resolve? I mean, we're all talking about what we should do, what we should not do, etc. But how do you see the situation a year from now, given your experience and expertise?
Should I take a
Are you going to answer, Vlad?
I can take a crack at least one of those questions regarding the role of Europe. There is a view widespread view among Russian commentators that the United States has instigated the conflict over Ukraine in order to divide Russia from the European Union. Russia's strategy under Putin and under Medvedev, during Medvedev's interlude, but during the second and third term of Putin's presidency, is to achieve a so-called Europe-Russia, Greater Europe, economic integrated space, defined as reaching from Lisbon to Vladivostok, which would promote the economic and political, ultimately, interdependence of Russia and the European Union, ultimately achieve a sort of integrated bloc between them, and thereby isolate the United States. This is the cornerstone of Putin's presidency, this grand design. Therefore, they feel paranoically that the United States instigated the conflict over Ukraine to divide Russia from the European Union. One way to overcome this situation, yes, and the interdependency between Russia and the European Union is growing and is inhibiting the Europeans' autonomy of decision-making, as we see in the European reluctance bordering on refusal to introduce economic sanctions. The Europeans feel that they would lose too much from introducing sanctions. Even in the case of Poland, exports to Russia represent 7% of Poland's total exports. And yet the Polish government officially takes the position that Poland cannot afford introducing economic sanctions. This is a very dangerous trend. It's predictable. It could eventually cause the European policies and US policies to part ways under pressure. We are now seeing the first manifestation of this potential divergence of interests between the EU and Russia. So how to apply this to Ukraine? In my view, and this would have the added benefit of fixing the inadequate Geneva framework, there should be a trilateral US-EU-Ukraine framework that would not depend on Russia's consensus in the existing quadrilateral framework, and would allow the United States and the European Union to concert joint measures regarding Ukraine without having to agree on them with Russia in the existing Geneva quadripartite framework. I think this would be the first priority. And regarding how might we see the situation in Ukraine a year from now, I think it is so unpredictable, not only because of Russian policies, which are predictable, but because of Ukrainian politics, which are far less predictable. Ukrainian political alignments domestically are very fluid. One sees all kinds of combinations among groups with seemingly different interests, and combinations that can change in kaleidoscopical fashion from one day to the next. Think, for example, of certain oligarchs financing the right sector. Inconceivable. Or think, for example, of Yulia Tymoshenko revealing her innermost thoughts to somebody from the Party of Regions in that recording, telephone call, and so on. So Ukrainian politics are unpredictable. And it seems to me that there should be some way, which has never succeeded until now, some kind of Western inputs to stabilize Ukrainian politics. I also think that it is inevitable, or rather highly advisable and perhaps inevitable, for the existing governing coalition in Kiev to make a deal with those elements in the Party of Regions that have said, despite everything, that they favor a united Ukraine. This deal, this political deal, thus far encompasses only those oligarchic elements who have been appointed by the Kiev government to gubernatorial positions in the East. And I think that was a very smart move. I praise that move, because it's the only way in which, at least at this stage, in which the government in Kiev could exert a measure of influence in the East by relying on the traditional power brokers in the East. Those power brokers being not necessarily the organizations of the Party of Regions, but the oligarchs. Because unlike Russia, where the oligarchs are subservient to the Kremlin and the government, it's the other way around in Ukraine. The oligarchs determine the course of politics and of policy. So I think it was a very good beginning for the Kiev government to make this deal with oligarchic forces over the gubernatorial positions. But I think that the Party of Regions organizations for Donetsk and for Luhansk, who are opposing federalization under these very stressful circumstances, qualifies them for forming a broader coalition in Kiev to oppose federalization with joint forces.
Thank you very much. Are you going to comment on that, or?
Thank you to Mr. Schneider's question. I will try to be cautiously optimistic regarding the internal Ukrainian political perspectives, and this is, of course, primarily thanks to Mr. Putin and thanks to the perception of threat that exists. This threat serves thus far as a motivating factor that helps overcome the differences, and that by and large builds a coalition in Ukraine. I continue within the year to see this threat as present, as augmenting in some aspects. The biggest challenge will be economic challenge. Probably this is not the last IMF tranche of financial assistance that we will see. And there will be social consequences that will be used also by Russia and political players inside Ukraine coming from the austerity measures. Relationships with the EU will be developing, however, they are not going to be a simple one, a simple issue. Ukraine has yet to sign the economic part of the association agreement, and I anticipate strong debates and discussions on these issues. And of course, within a year we will have sort of a new Russia and new EU, which is a process also worth watching. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to have a 10-minute break and then bring the next panel up. Many people are here. Thank you for your patience, but there's still coffee around, and encourage everyone to refill their cups and come back in 10 minutes. So thank you very much.
Some reporter wanted from the Voice of America wanted to ask me for a comment, and then I can come to you.
Thank you, guys.
I enjoyed your great analysis of Geneva.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very Yep.
can't make any commitments. Right? No, but I'm going to leave not long after I speak because, yeah. Well, how did you get started so late? What? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I learned a lot listening to the speakers, but hey, Bill, hopefully you'll introduce me first because I've got to get out of here.
I think we should postpone this. I mean, it's too important to cut short, and there's not enough time. Simply, we've run out of time. What's your view?
Absolutely. I mean, if he agrees, if he wants to regroup, that's fine with me. But I can speak for 10 minutes and be done.
No, but you shouldn't have to speak only for 10 minutes.
Happens all the time. John Hurst. Nice to meet you.
What do you think?
I will be very brief. 3 minutes enough for me. Because we are losing audience.
Yes.
So we better say something and we have some reaction.
Let's. Is it only just you and John?
And then Matt Riser. Yeah, but I think people are in a hurry. Some of them. Yeah.
There's that too.
Yeah.
So how long have you been here?
It's already 4 years soon.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're a veteran.
Well, I'm becoming little by little, yes. Sorry, I don't have my cards.
That makes two of us.
Yeah.
I'm changing my job in 3 weeks, so my card will be outdated by the time you even refer to it. все здесь говорим по-русски, значит, Москва может захватить Вашингтон. Здесь есть население.
Мы хорошо знаем нашего врага.
Да, мы должны забыть это. Ничего не поделаешь.
Могут сказать, что они хотят защищать наши интересы.
John, sorry about the delay. We're going to let you go first and then try to get this thing going. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and sit down and get started. I know we're way over, and I apologize for the delay. And Ambassador Miller's here. We're going to get started. Let him go first. You have to leave all of this open to see what it's here. Go ahead, please.
We had a very rich first panel, and it was clear from the discussion, certainly from the presentations, which were done in depth and warranted to be done in depth, that the issues are extremely important to all of us here. And they are clearly of great importance to our nations and the world. What we will attempt to do is to very briefly, because we're running out of time, unfortunately, deal with the question of the United States and European response to the crisis in Ukraine. It's clearly an issue of fundamental importance to the security of Europe and the world. What has happened in Ukraine is an example of the failure of the European security system, at least thus far. It hasn't worked. The territorial integrity of Ukraine has been violated. A significant portion of Ukraine is under threat. And the European and United States response to the action by Russia, led by Putin, has been inadequate to the problem. Obviously, the roots of energy distribution are very much at issue. The future of gas supply for Europe, not to mention Ukraine, will have to change and will change as a result of new technology at a minimum. The question of inclusion that's been raised by Russia by these actions, or the lack of inclusion in the European security system, is implicit, and we have to address that. So in the face of a very difficult equation, I'm going to ask our panelists, beginning with John Herbst, my good friend and colleague from our service in Ukraine, to speak first, and then we'll follow in order and attempt to begin to answer the question of what our response should be and is likely to be. So without further ado, John,
Thank you. I'll try and be brief, do like 7 or 8 minutes talking about the American response. I think unlike most of the people in this room or who spoke in the past panel, and I learned a lot listening to the previous panel, I think American policy has not been bad in this crisis. It hasn't been wonderful, but it's been solid. Here's the point. I think that there are three areas where the United States and the West could respond to Russian aggression in Ukraine. And we've done a pretty good job, we the United States have done a pretty good job in the most important area, and that is sanctions. We have done a solid job as well in terms of the NATO alliance. Where we have not done a very good job is in terms of specific military assistance to Ukraine. We heard from the last panel about the efforts by the Kremlin to establish its influence in eastern Ukraine via an insurgency operation. And they had to rely on an insurgency operation using their own forces because Mr. Putin and his cronies miscalculated the amount of support in East Ukraine for Kremlin tactics. Polls have consistently shown that an overwhelming majority in eastern Ukraine does not want to separate from Ukraine, does not want a severe federalism, which is almost autonomy, and they don't want independence. They want to join Russia. A poll in Reuters reported yesterday said it was 50% in favor of staying in Ukraine as a unitary state, 25% for separatism/Russia, the rest are undecided. A poll a week ago showed 65% in favor of staying in a unitary Ukraine, 18% for that separatist Russian option. And as we heard in the last panel, an important factor in retaining Kiev's control throughout the East was the alliance with the oligarchs, which was a right move, and not a surprising move, because some of us were saying for months that the difference between East and West has been overstated, it's OBE, and the oligarchs were always strongly in favor of Ukraine. And all of that has been borne out. Now, Putin has been threatening military action in the East since the military action in Crimea. But he's been threatening and has not moved for one very important reason. This comes back to what I was saying about sanctions. He doesn't like them. They are more severe than he expected. They are more severe not just from the United States, but from Europe. Now, I say that as someone who criticized the EU for not being sufficiently strong on sanctions. I'd give us solid grades for sanctions. I'd give the EU a bare passing mark. But a bare passing mark is much more than Putin expected. And he went for subversion as opposed to sending in the Red Army because he was hoping by that to play to his allies in Western Europe, the president of Siemens, just one example, so they would have talking points saying, see, Russia's not intervening in the East. But Russia's support in the East is so low, as we heard in the previous panel, they've had to send in the green men. And they've had to be indiscreet in communications between the handlers in Russia and the people on the ground. So there's all sorts of evidence. Did you have to be completely blind and willfully blind not to understand that the unrest in Luhansk, in Donetsk, in Kharkiv, where they seized the theater as opposed to the municipal buildings, and even in Slavyansk, is orchestrated in Moscow? Wonderful stories in today's New York Times and in The Guardian in Britain making this point for everyone to see, even Professor Stephen Cohen.
Can never see it.
Now, I think Vladimir Sokor's, he's always very good. And the most important thing he said in his presentation was that in the East, unlike in Transnistria, unlike in Crimea, there is no there of pro-Russian leadership. So we have these kids who we never heard of, with no standing, as the mayor of Slavyansk, as the real mayor, Ms. Stepa, was disappeared after she said, who are these foreigners coming in to take over my town? Mr. Putin's insurgency strategy is failing. And I disagree with our previous panelist regarding the U.S. and the U.S. and the European reaction for the next step. President Obama's second round of sanctions was real, naming those three international citizens, the great Russian nationalists, the Rothenberg brothers and Timchenko, naming Bank Russia and saying that we could sanction entire Russian economic sectors, got the Kremlin's attention. Mr. Obama's skepticism about Geneva was more important than all the weak points in the agreements that Mr. Sarkar pointed out, and I don't dispute those weak points. We are going to hold the Kremlin accountable for any maintenance of tensions and increase in tensions in the East. And I expect there will be another round of sanctions if several weeks from now, or even sooner, we continue to see these quote-unquote pro-Russian elements led by the Green Men maintain their armed outposts in eastern Ukraine. If not, then I would agree that our sanctions policy is not sufficiently strong. The point of this comes to the question asked by one of the last questions from the previous section. What comes next? Is there going to be an invasion? And we don't know the answer to that. What we do know is Putin doesn't want to do it because he does not want the sanctions. The Europeans are going to have to come down hard and heavy, despite the president of Siemens, if in fact the Red Army goes in. And that's the biggest card we've got. Now, we've done good things within NATO, not enough good things, but after the initial, we're going to redeploy a fighter squadron to Poland. We're going to have increased air patrols from the Baltic states. We're now talking about deploying serious combat forces to the east. We're talking about paying the same quality attention to NATO's commitment to Russia in 1997, not to put additional forces in the east, that Mr. Putin paid to the Budapest Memorandum and to his agreement on the Black Sea Fleet. So we're saying to the Russians, you've bought yourself a strategic problem by taking Crimea and talking about further dismantling Ukraine. The one area where American policy has not been strong enough is we should be giving military assistance, not just MREs, meals ready to eat to the Ukrainian military. We should be giving counterinsurgency support. We should be giving weaponry which we are confident will be in the hands of Ukrainians who will not turn it over to the Russians, which is a serious problem. But I'm thinking of anti-tank, anti-aircraft stuff. Let the Red Army know that if it goes in, they're going to have a bloody nose at a minimum. And we can help make sure that happens. But we don't know going forward people who could claim leadership in the East. They may be disreputable, but the people who claimed leadership in Transnistria at the time the Soviet Union imploded had been figures of power there before. The guys in the East have no gravitas, no center of gravity. And however much they're pumped up on Russian TV, they don't mean anything. They don't mean anything. And even the president of Siemens can't turn them into real politicians. And Putin does not have time to make them credible. And that's a factor in favor of Ukraine in our policy. Thank you.
Nice,
Thank you so much. Well, I will also try to make it short. And as usually we in the Baltics, we are not so romantic as we say. So I would say like this, we made few steps. I would call them of symbolic nature. I would agree with Vlad that some of them reminds me very much deja vu. And, you know, those deja vu we saw together with UMaF in Georgia and after Georgia war. For me, all those reactions that we shown reminds me little by little returning to business as usual. And I think Putin really reads it this way. He is thinking that we will come to business as usual quickly. And little by little we are moving to that. So if we are serious enough to stop what already happened in Moscow, inside Moscow including, where you have most radical people taking the power, with people like Dugin, coming in front, who is like, Rasputin, I would say, of some time ago. If you read carefully what he thinks, it's serious. And we usually in the Baltics, we read carefully what they say. So if I would be serious enough, I would go to very comprehensive measures of containment of the people who are now in power in Kremlin. Current measures, they are of kind of symbolic nature to show that please do not, advance, please behave. And, well, usually democratic nations or semi-democratic, they react because they have checks and balances and they calculate. But here you have the authoritarian strong state who is strengthening the grip, who is trying to survive because they see events in Maidan like very threatening their own existence, and then they will do everything to destroy it all around. Everything. I mean everything. So I really think that they will advance in all those territories in Ukraine. They should advance close to Danube River, of course. Well, they have Transnistria there. And they should do something for the Baltics because, we are the best enemies they have. We fixed it, and we are very successful. We inspired them all. So coming back to the sanctions, we should increase the list as much as possible. We should also think about Mr. Putin. If we are targeting so well the wealth of Yanukovych and all other people in Ukraine, the wealth that was stolen from Ukrainian people, why shouldn't we targeting the wealth Putin got, stealing it from his own nation and actually doing it in a very successful manner? What about all those instruments Americans had? I heard before 9/11 targeting all those criminal activities in post-Soviet space, like Firtash and others. Why shouldn't we have cases like Firtash in tens, in hundreds? Because actually they steal, and we know it, and we do nothing about that. So people and entities who are directly working with the powers in Moscow, of course, they have to be targeted, including the military complex, and all those banks, brothers, and Anuev, whatever, who so much benefit from that. So sanctions should be serious. And when they will actually become serious, when they will start reacting. Now, as we see they advance every moment, every day. Now I see the news that they are now preparing for some kind of little referendum somewhere. And they don't need people, actually. Don't mistake. No, don't make this Western mistake. They don't need people for the referendum. In Lithuania, in Soviet Lithuania, they've been always supported by 99%. It's easy. It's just, they have all the experience to do it. Then military advances. Yes, of course, we have to help Ukrainians, to help the army as much as we can, but also be serious with the Baltics and Poles and others. Now, all those nice measures, they are of temporary character. Okay, we have few additional planes for 2-3 months. We have some little company rotating for some little exercises. But if we balance the companies that Russians are advancing right now in the region, it's like this. It has to be sustainable, constant. It has to be long-term, and NATO should be serious with its enlargement plans. The Russians did it successfully in Georgia. They just took out from the agenda Georgia's NATO membership. And we are kind of in agreement with that. And that's where I come to my main point, because we talked a lot about strategy here. It's not only things we can do in reactive, but it's also things we can do in proactive. Baltics, they are example of the successful Western proactive policies where one day in '93 in Copenhagen, in EU, they just draw the line and they said, with brave Danes, those Baltics will be EU member states. Some time ago, they did the same with NATO. We should be very clear with Ukrainians and Georgians and Moldovans and all other nations that maybe one day might think about becoming our family. You have all rights to become the family, and we have to open all those doors. Only then Russia stops, because Russians are never stopping by themselves. They stop only by the line we draw. That was experience of Lithuanian nation for 1,000 years, actually circulating in those territories. That's clear. They don't have a line. We are the line, and we should draw it. And just few things to mention as specific ones. Well, energy policy, not everybody was mentioning it, but US has that power. this shale gas revolution is wonderful. You know, Poles and Lithuanians will have their own LNG terminals ready for US gas, but we have a little problem in getting exports from US. Why? Because, you know, you have a lot of ideas in Congress, but, you know, until now those are just ideas and very slow progress with some exports, though we know that 26 or 28 terminals are waiting for that license to export. Why shouldn't we do it? And some also specific thing, public diplomacy. You know, Russians are brainwashing our heads for 15 years or so, and doing it actively also here in Washington, Russia Today, and so on. And we try to fight back, you know, closing some stations or trying to reinvent some kind of other Russian-speaking televisions or radios. But why shouldn't we do it together? What about Congress and money? You know, we have just cuts in this area. Well, just recently, maybe we had some first 10 millions arriving in this year in this Ukrainian package, but this is the first money that you know, will be used to strengthen NRF and some other operations there. But we lost the decade. And, you know, they bought hearts and minds there. And, you know, in this, if we say social media, nice progress, revolutions, but, you know, Russians are also very wise in using those things. Maybe, and they are not so flexible and good, because when you do it from up-down approach, it's not always working. But, you know, let's unite our forces. Let's reinvent the public diplomacy we had. And then maybe we can win some minds also in the Russian side, that I think Putin is mostly afraid. Thank you.
Well, I guess maybe because I'm a former Foreign Service officer who now runs a think tank in Estonia, I agree with both have said, and I'd like to synthesize those ideas and put them in a context. I'll talk a bit about what we've done right and specific steps we've taken and things we could do going further. Focus a bit also on the narrative and how we haven't won it, and in fact how we have lost it in some ways. But begin with the example of Georgia to provide some historical context and lead to a core point, which is going to be that I would advocate that we stretch our conception of collective security beyond just Article 5. And by the way, in the Baltic states, nothing's more important than Article 5, and people question its viability. But I would argue we need to go even a little bit further in a philosophical sense, not in a military alliance sense. So I'll begin with Georgia. And thank you, Zhigis, for recalling what we did together in Georgia, what we were up to in the U.S. government at the time of the war and long before. And my argument is that the lack of any significant response and sustained response by the West tempted President Putin and, in fact, encouraged him to take the steps that he is now taking in Ukraine. I think back to one of the most frightening moments of my career, which was it was at the very moment in Georgia when the Georgian military line had collapsed. And Russian tanks were speeding toward Tbilisi, we thought, and I happened to be located at that time in President Saakashvili's chancery. And I was just praying he wouldn't ask me to come at that moment. He said, please come over. I thought the hellborn assault is on its way, and this is the last meeting I'll ever have. And one of his most senior people, I can't say which part of the government ever, but anyway, very senior official was there. And he looked at me, and he was furious. And he said, where are you? And I said, well, what do you mean? I'm right here. He said, no, where are your soldiers? And he had tears in his eyes. And I said, well, you know, we told you consistently, month after month, even year after year, if you get into a shooting war with Russia, we're not going to be there because you're not in, you know, there's no Article 5. You're not a NATO member. We won't be there. And he said, now really crying, he said, yeah, I know, but we just didn't believe you really wouldn't show up. Wow. And so what that said to me was that, you know, from the Georgian perspective, the struggle that they were enduring was so clear, so morally right, that how could the West not show up? And we ended up losing, I'm going to come to it in a second, losing that narrative to the Russian narrative, even within our own government, the State Department, but really at other organizations. But now I was talking to a very senior State Department official who I worked with closely at the time, who said, you know, maybe Saakashvili was right to fight and to stand and fight, because if you look what happened in Ukraine,
it's impossible for the Ukrainian government to have shown more restraint and still got invaded and still lost all this territory. So in a way, I would argue that, that Saakashvili is vindicated. Now, let me go into just a little bit more detail. So after the Russian invasion of Georgia, which is how President Obama referred to it, by the way, it was about a month, maybe 2 months of a tough transatlantic response. Yeah, there was, $1 billion the U.S. pledged to Georgia, $1 billion or so euros the EU pledged to Georgia. I think that was a shock to President Putin. We created a U.S.-Georgia strategic dialogue, and we had the NATO-Georgia Commission in Brussels. Important steps, but really they kind of faded in relevance after we resumed within 2 months, right, the NATO-Russia Council. And at that point, wow, what sort of business had changed? It was totally business as usual in the North Atlantic community vis-a-vis Russia. And then we allowed, sounds familiar, a Geneva process to begin. A Geneva process that put Georgia at the table with the separatists as equal partners. And then Russia, and I was the U.S. representative here, so I would just go crazy pulling my hair out. The Russians would say, no, we're not parties to the conflict. We're mediators between the Georgians and the South Ossetians and Abkhaz. So we, the international community, allowed this process in Geneva to become a fig leaf that Russia hid behind and continued to advance its goals of supporting the separatism of the Abkhaz and South Ossetians. Not that it needed a whole lot of support, it already occupied the territory and still does, but still, we were blind to what was actually happening. And then there's President Sarkozy. Oh my God. We could, if you cared offline or email me, I'll back this up, why that agreement that he negotiated was absolutely a disaster. He had a good agreement that Foreign Minister Kushner and the Finnish Foreign Minister Stubb negotiated, and then he showed up in Moscow, and he gave in to Putin's demands and created a disaster. And by the way, shortly thereafter also, France then allowed the sale of the Mistral-class helicopter carrying ships, which are built for what? They are built for invasion. That's what they're built for. And the deputy chief of defense of Russia at the time said, boy, had we had these when we invaded Georgia, it would have been a lot quicker. We would have been a lot more successful. So in the period of the supposed tough Western response, France is selling the most potent invasion system that I think NATO has ever sold to Russia, right in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Georgia. But it even got better, or worse. So on August 18th, 2008, President Sarkozy had an article or an op-ed in the Washington Post. And to me, this is chilling, a chilling premonition of what is happening now. He said, quote, "We must also determine whether Russia's intervention in Georgia was a one-time, brutal, and excessive response, or whether it is ushering in a new hardening of Moscow's line toward its neighbors and toward the international community," here's the kicker, "which would inevitably have consequences for its relationship with the European Union." So in other words, what Sarkozy was saying was, what Russia did so far in invading and dismembering Georgia, that's not going to have serious consequences with the European Union. But if Russia goes further, let's say toward Ukraine, oh, then there's going to be serious consequences. But still, the consequences from the EU have been minimal. I would argue, no, it's not me. So, okay, then the Obama administration as well, and I'm going to criticize the Bush administration too, which I was very active in. But on March 26th in Brussels, and some of us in Jamestown have been discussing this, President Obama said during his visit there, quote, "I think that neither Ukraine or Georgia are currently on a path to NATO membership, and there has not been any immediate plans for expansion of NATO's membership." Wow, that removes any cost in a strategic sense, or removes the biggest cost in a strategic sense to Russia for what it's doing. And then finally, something that I've written a little bit about, during the Winter Olympics, okay, very nobly, European leaders and American leaders said, we're not going to go to Sochi because of our concerns over Russian human rights and treatment of the gay community. But nobody mentioned that Russia occupies Georgian territory, a mere cross-country ski race away from the Sochi Olympic venues. I mean, Russian troops occupy Abkhazia. That's the Russian-Georgian border. Nobody mentioned it. If anyone mentioned it, I never heard it. I think that was red meat for President Putin. It's showing that there is no cost for this behavior. At least we're not ready to impose a cost. I talked about the narrative. We, by and large, in the U.S. government, even in the Bush administration, ended up more or less acquiescing to what became the Russian narrative, which is we blame Saakashvili and his aggressive behavior and his commitment to defend his country for egging on the Russians, when in fact, my God, if you go back and look at what was happening, the Russians were developing provocation after provocation, right? And hoping President Saakashvili would, quote unquote, take the bait. Well, he did take the bait, but that was out of desperation because, as he explained to many people at the time, he had a terrible choice. Either go to war, a war that he could never win, or go down in history as the Georgian president that did nothing and lost his territory. So I think maybe some of us in Washington realize, wow, maybe he didn't do the wrong thing, but, well, it's too late. We lost that narrative. And to give the Obama administration credit, and to pick up what Ambassador Herbst was saying, beyond the sanctions taken so far, Secretary Kerry did something that we never did in the Bush administration. We talked about and never did, which is to talk down the Russian financial markets. And the sanctions connected with the rhetoric has seen a significant decrease in the Moscow Stock Exchange. Price dropped 10%, I guess, this year. First quarter, by the way, first quarter of this year, $60 billion worth of capital fled Russia. That's equivalent to the full year, last year, 2013, capital flight from Russia. So they're on a pace to quadruple the capital flight from last year. Yeah, so we got a narrative to win. Sanctions matter. What we've done so far is having an impact, and in fact, the words really matter. The words of Secretary Kerry have had an impact. No, I don't need to go into the Geneva Agreement, but it does accept the loss of Crimea. The last sort of whinge of mine about the narrative is that if you listen and watch, if you have to, CNN or the BBC, the construct that they've created is there needs to be de-escalation. And somebody has to mediate between Russia and between Ukraine to bring down tension. As if Ukraine is generating the tension. Ukraine's not creating the tension at all. Russia's generating the tension, and now we have to insert ourselves somehow to convince the Ukrainians and ourselves not to, quote unquote, escalate, when in fact, as Zhiggy, as you were saying, as you learned 1,000 years ago, the only way you get de-escalation on the Russian side is if you show you're willing to escalate. The formula is so simple. So, what is to be done then, more specifically? Yes, we all agree we need to ensure Ukraine's success. I would argue that it's important maybe to front load a lot of the assistance, and there has to be, of course, conditionality to ensure that there are reforms, especially in the energy sector in the long run. Thanks, John. Great to see you. In the long run. But in the short run, if the conditionality is too tough, I think we're going to see the assistance packages conditionality actually hurting our prospects to keep Ukraine whole because those conditions are so unpopular in the East and makes it very hard to win political support. So where do we need to go? I would argue we do need much, I don't mean just because John's gone, if he was here I would have said it, but much tougher sanctions, crippling sanctions along the lines of what we've done in the case of Iran. The Obama administration takes credit for crippling sanctions having moved Iran in the right direction. The same logic should hold for Russia. It's a fantastic start to go after Timchenko, to go after Rotenberg and Bankrossiya. But that hasn't stopped Putin. Obviously, it's not enough. So the next step is to find a way to squeeze much closer to home and Putin's inner circle on whom he depends for his power and his wealth. Timchenko, as I said, is a good start, but we need to sanction his companies. We need to sanction Novatek and Gunvor. Gunvor is the cash cow besides Gazprom from which Vladimir Putin built his personal fortune. Why are we not going after Gunvor? I can't understand why we're not. And other energy companies, of course Gazprom, but of course Rosneft and Igor Sechin himself. Once those people are subject to sanctions, then I think we're going to see them asking their friend and colleague and superior Vladimir Putin, is it really worth it to continue this escapade in Ukraine? Look at what it's going to cost us personally, and you yourself, Mr. President. A counter-argument is that, well, ExxonMobil is a partner of Rosneft, but the counter-argument to that is the assets in the Arctic that are kind of the jewel in the crown of Rosneft's partnership with Exxon, their net present value is virtually zero today because the production in those fields isn't going to begin for well over a decade. So we can get through this process, put tough sanctions on Rosneft, and ExxonMobil really isn't going to suffer at all in the short term. The EU sometimes talks about the desire to do something radical on energy, so shifting Ambassador Miller a little bit to energy just for about 2 minutes. I don't think it'll ever happen, but some people talk about maybe the EU implementing its own moratorium on taking Russian gas. I think that's a little bit too scary and too painful, but let's just say Russia decided it's going to punish Europe by cutting off the gas flow. What can be done? Well, number one, Gazprom and really the Russian government depend a lot on those revenues from Europe, and I would argue depend more on those revenues from Europe than Europe needs to depend on the gas. 17% of all Russian government tax revenues, 17% all come from those gas sales to Europe from Gazprom. On top of that, psychologically, Europe remains a strategic priority for Putin and for all great Russian leaders. I don't mean great as a great person, but great Russian thinkers. I just think back to a conversation I had with the CEO of one Central European energy company back in about 2008, 2008. And he said, the South Stream pipeline makes absolutely no commercial sense. And his company, now and I say this, you can probably figure out who it was, his company was tied together to that investment, possibly, and other investments with Gazprom. He said, it makes no sense, and even the professionals within Gazprom say, we wish President Putin would drop this project, which is clearly political, and it's an attempt to link the third Rome, so-called, which is Moscow, with the second Rome, which is Istanbul, Constantinopolis, with the first Rome, which is Rome. And so it's a politicized, sort of grandiose strategic vision that's supposed to be a commercial project that simply will never be commercial. So what if the European Union decides to quit South Stream? I hope it'll happen. Energy Commissioner Oettinger is leading that charge. If the gas stops flowing from Russia to Europe, that will create crisis for individual countries. It'll be very difficult politically and economically, but it need not be as much of a disaster as we may think. Last year, Russia shipped about 162 billion cubic meters of gas to Europe, that 162 BCM. And if you look at all the alternative supplies, and again, afterward, I'm happy to go into more detail about this, it would be possible, more than theoretically, to replace all but about 50 of those BCM. So more than 2/3 of that supply could be taken from increased supplies from Norway, maybe another 20 BCM from Norway, it could be up to 60 BCM of liquid natural gas, so 30 BCM shipments twice a year. There could be a further shift to coal-fired for power plants, as well as oil. But these things, more LNG, shifting to oil, those are expensive. So Europe is going to take a financial hit if they have to go down this path, but it's not a catastrophic situation if Russia were to decide to take that grandiose option and stop the flow of gas to Europe. Obviously, in the longer term, Europe's in pretty good shape. It's diversifying its supplies of natural gas. It's working on, of course, energy efficiency and conservation. But for years, many of us in this room have been working to help Europe diversify its supplies of gas. And again, under Commissioner Oettinger's leadership, the EU's moving in the right direction. A lot of work still to be done in the Baltic states, which remain energy islands, which remain disconnected entirely from the European natural gas network, and have only two good cables, but two large cables that connect Estonia with Finland. That's the only energy link of the Baltic states with any EU country, two cables under the Baltic. That's changing, of course, with LNG coming to Lithuania soon, hopefully a Lithuanian-Polish interconnection for natural gas, for electricity, and a Swedish-Lithuanian electricity cable. All right, so tough sanctions. Something that we need tougher sanctions along the lines of what's been imposed on Iran, and they'll work. And then finally, military signals. I think the key goal ought to be not so much to threaten President Putin, certainly not with some sort of military aggression by the West. Of course, we have to demonstrate the deterrent value of NATO forces, especially in the Baltic region and in Poland. But there's an underlying psychological shift that needs to take place, which is to make clear, and Jigis, I think you were talking about this, make clear to President Putin that what he's already done is a strategic defeat for Russia. It already is a strategic defeat. A, because he's never going to get all of Ukraine in the Eurasian Economic Forum, but B, because what he's worried about most all these years is happening, which is NATO is moving toward Russia's border. It's happening. Still some hesitation. There's still, we have not yet repudiated the 1996 NATO-Russia Founding Act that Ambassador Herbst referred to, where NATO pledged no permanent forward combat-ready military bases in the Baltic states and Poland and the new NATO members. as Ambassador Herbst said, Russia has clearly repudiated the Budapest Memorandum. Why have we not repudiated the NATO-Russia Founding Act and say we are going to put permanent bases in the Baltic states and in Poland on our schedule? Whenever we feel like it, we're going to do it. Also, placement of military equipment ought to be happening already in the Baltics. We do have an increased naval presence, both in the Baltic Sea and in the Mediterranean Sea. And I would keep an eye on Sweden and Finland, and my institute in Estonia is trying to catalyze debate in both of those countries to help move them closer toward not only a deeper NATO partnership, but maybe even NATO membership over time. And there's the problem of the island of Gotland, again, offline I'd be happy to talk to you about, where we worry that if the Russians were able to manufacture a maintenance problem on the Nord Stream pipeline in the Baltic Sea, which connects Russia with Germany, they could say, we've got an emergency, we need to bring a ship in, it's got to be accompanied by a naval vessel. That naval vessel could say, oh, we've got an emergency here, we need to go ashore on the Swedish island of Gotland. It would then be one small step further for the Russians to say, well, we need to protect this naval ship, so we're going to put in an anti-aircraft battery, maybe S-400s, even S-300s. And if that happens, Russia will enjoy air superiority over the entire Baltic Sea, which means naval superiority, which means we actually can't reinforce the Baltic states by sea or by air, which means Article 5 is called into question and we have a disaster on our hands. Something we're working on separately at our institute. Again, we'll talk about later. And the very last point is then what to do for Ukraine itself. Apparently, intel sharing has increased. I don't know if it was in conjunction with the Director of Central Intelligence visit, but there's been a report just in recent days we've been talking about here at Jamestown of the Deputy Chief of Intelligence for Ukraine saying there's an intercept of the GRU, I think someone mentioned it, saying that there's an order to kill 100 to 200 people in eastern Ukraine and use that as a pretext for some sort of Russian military intervention. Chilling, horrible, but shows that maybe our intel cooperation has really improved and increased. That's good. We need more of that, the intel cooperation. How about a military capabilities assessment of the Ukrainian military? That's always a first step in bumping up U.S. military cooperation with a country. Provision of defensive weapons, absolutely. We never did it for Georgia, but anti-tank weapons, anti-air weapons, what could be wrong with that? Perhaps a train and equip mission to Ukraine, and finally, extended and continuous military exercises with the Ukrainians, with the Baltic states as well. And if we make that shift, then we will have stretched the definition of collective security, kind of encompassing Article 5, not connected to Article 5, but beyond it, in what would mark a significant psychological shift. And as I look at Vlad, we can't forget about Moldova, can't forget about Georgia, can't forget about Azerbaijan. The first two, right, they are up there on tap to sign their EU association agreements by June. And I think if we don't see a firm enough response from the West, we're going to see more of similar type of meddling in those places, including Azerbaijan, as we're seeing now in Ukraine. Thank you.
Let me ask a question before we open the questions from the floor. Do you both see any possibility of Ukraine regaining Crimea?
Yes, I do. And, you know, next week I will have a big celebration in DC, my embassy, like the second oldest embassy in Washington that functioned without interruption during the occupation. Why? Because US never recognized occupation of the Baltic states and allowed our diplomats to function in DC. And, you know, guess what? After 50 years, we are back on screens. So I do not, well, want to predict that it will take 50 years to regain Crimea, but we should stick to principles and it will pay off.
Yeah, I have exactly the same response with one little addition, which is that I really think that President Putin is backing himself into a terrible corner that he may never get out of. He's either like a shark, got to keep swimming, or he's going to drown, and so he's got to keep on moving, or he's going to have to come up with some sort of magnanimous excuse for why he's not going to go any further. And I'm not sure that's politically sustainable. And so I think we will see a reversal, but who knows when.
All right. I'll come back to this later. Questions from the floor? Here.
Thank you. Very interesting two panels.
But air, naval, land, whatever, but increased and not just made on temporary.
Questions regarding the integrity of both.
I think, even though I expressed, the OSCE Minsk group, then what's the impact on the nation state? Fundamentally supports the principle of territorial integrity of states. Nation states were in a moment of decolonization, which is not happening with Crimea. I mean, Crimea.
Do you think this whole... They were using every moment of our weaknesses. And only, it was very tough between two Second World Wars. But I think this is the lessons Armenian people, so let's use the moment.
Vast proportions to develop in its own...
The